If you've been around in the FNAF community for a while, or have even searched FNAF on eBay before, I'm sure you've come across these guys, the FNAF Mexican bootlegs. And while they may seem very silly, like funny bootlegs on the surface, there's nothing really too awful about them, they're just kind of funny little fellas. No, wrong. These bootleg FNAF figures are probably some of the absolute sketchiest things to come out of this franchise. Nobody knows where they come from, nobody knows who makes them. They tend to give off these awful, stinky fumes, almost like they're toxic. Some people have said it leaves a burning sensation in their nostrils and eyes. There is something very wrong up with these figures, and I'm gonna try my best to get to the bottom of it in this video. And at the end of the video, I'm gonna buy one of these guys and perform a lead test on them to find out if they are truly toxic. Yes, I am gonna expose myself to lead for this video. It's gonna be awesome. If you're wondering why a lead test specifically, it's because bootlegs commonly use very cheap and unsafe materials. A cheap material that these bootleggers love to use is lead paint. And yeah, it's illegal, but I mean, they don't care. So I've been thinking about this a bit. Maybe I'm just making too bold of a claim about these things. Maybe they aren't really so bad, and maybe they're not toxic at all. I haven't even seen them in person yet. Maybe I'm being too harsh, and if I am being too harsh, then you know what? If the lead test comes back negative, or if they don't, actually give off that awful fume, maybe I will review a full set of these guys. Yep, I'm gonna make that commitment. I said that. Where the heck do these things come from? Because I cannot find a solid answer. Let's just look at an eBay description of one of these guys, for example. Just to see, is there any evidence they'll give us directly? Alright, so let's see here. Item description from the seller. Don't miss this opportunity to get this Mexican figure made by unique and Mexican artisans. In the world starting an auction at a price of madness that you cannot pass. Good luck in your shopping. Figure toy made in Mexico. The figure is made of plastic. Very descriptive. The figure measures 8 inches. The figure has a light button. Standard economic shipping by Mexico Post. Fast shipping by DHL. United States and Canada. The third business days, bunch of shipping info. There's not much here. So looking on eBay, there are two sellers that I noticed most prominently selling these products. New Kaiser and Imalvido. If I'm butchering any of those, sorry. Now, New Kaiser actually has no description on eBay, but Imalvido does actually have a seller description, which reads, looking for replica or unique Mexico manufactured action figures, superhero, horror, video game, anime, ask me. eBay member since 1999, have a good day. Now that might not seem like it tells us a lot, but I do actually think that does tell us a lot, and that's that these eBay sellers aren't actually the people who are making these. In the description, they say that they're looking for them, which implies that they are just finding these at Mexican markets and then reselling them on eBay. So now we've concluded that one of the major sellers for these figures isn't actually related to the person who makes them. And if that's the case, I'm just gonna go ahead and assume that the other seller is the same situation. And the people who make these not directly selling their stuff online does make a lot of sense, considering that their operation is likely illegal and they don't want to be traced back to. Well, it's definitely illegal from a copyright point of view, but I'm just talking about if it's illegal, are they using illegal materials, just thought I should clarify that. So yeah, there's not much helpful we can get from eBay. And no matter where I look or how far I go, I can't seem to find a true answer as to who makes these. And I honestly don't think there is one, because if there was one, these people probably would not still be doing this. Now obviously there's all the stores in Mexico that do sell these directly, and those people probably kinda know who makes these, but at the same time, do they? They probably just get them from some random distributor. A distributor who is probably covering up who actually makes them. So I think getting a definitive answer on who makes these is probably an impossible task on my own and just through the internet. Now, in the process of looking, I did find a slight lead, which was on Amazon, which there is a listing that sells what appears to be the Mexican bootleg Twisted Ones figures, but upon further inspection, I noticed something interesting. they have a brand attached to them. But when I look at the brand, it's clearly not something that's a Mexican toy producer. This is the kind of stuff clearly made by more of the AliExpress Wish.com type of bootleggers. And then I look back at the pictures on the listing. Oh, these don't look like the actual Mexican bootlegs. They seem to have a different material and their paint seems different. That's because these are bootlegs of the Mexican bootlegs. A set of these Mexican FNAF bootlegs was copied by other bootleggers, which I think is really, really funny, but it's kind of useless to finding out who makes them. So yeah, this is kind of like a red herring that I found on the way, but I thought I'd share it because I think it's pretty funny. So now on to the next question about these. What the heck are some of these designs? Like, what is this based off?
Big kids that get a thrill out of making attractions like this one.
Yeah, go in and take a peek.
Some of the designs for these figures are genuinely, and I don't put this with any exaggeration, they are deranged. Like, let's just take a look at, let's say this one for example. This is a twisted golden Freddy with Bonnie's bow tie. A different design from the actual Twisted Freddy. He's got like, his eyes are like melting over, he's got like weird teeth, he's like sticking out, and he's holding a barbed wired bat. What is this? Where did they get this design from? Did they make it themselves? Did they steal it from somewhere else? Where could this who made this? Speaking of twisted animatronics, a big reason why these figures seem to focus so hardly on twisted animatronics, I think, is because of Funko didn't make twisted action figures. They only made Funko Pops and plushies and mystery minis. They never made action figures, which is something that a lot of people wanted back then. So then these bootleggers hopped in, they were like, hey, we made the twisted animatronics. So, and then they just like, they sold well, so now they're just like making more twisted animatronics, and they're still making more twisted animatronics. Like, here's a twisted Vanny, or a twisted Happy Frog holding a decapitated Bonnie head on a stick. Is Twisted Pig Patch not enough for you? Well, how about Dark Twisted Pig Patch with a mohawk and a giant saw blade? But then, next to all these deranged ones, you've also got some that actually look pretty good. Like this Vanny looks pretty good. This Freddy is pretty good. This Glamrock Freddy, he's got his recolored brothers. This puppet figure looks great. It's even got a base. This Glamrock Endo is shockingly detailed. I don't know why he comes with a tiny, uncolored Gregory figure, but, you know, he looks really good. They've also, a big thing that they've tackled is fan game characters, who also don't have action figures. And they made the whole Fiance at Candies cast, and then when those sold well, they made, variants like Chocolate Candy. Check this guy out. They made two different burn traps. They made this earlier burn trap, which looks, he looks a bit off. His legs are, I don't know why his legs are in that position, but, you know. Then they made a second burn trap later on, which looks a bit better, and he's also got a giant wrench for some reason. We got this four-armed Dreadbear abomination. I don't know what I'm looking at here. He's got a hook? Now, I do want to say, I think the original set of these has a lot of charm. Just like the designs of them, their sculpts are very off, and they obviously don't look the greatest, but I do think they have a lot of charm to them. They have a really cool feature of being able to remove their masks, which is a feature that the Funko figures don't have, but I think it looked really cool here, even if the endoskeletons aren't the most accurate. They got some weird features like their chest light, which all of these figures have, by the way. I haven't really mentioned it. All these figures have a light in them. I have no idea why. But they got opening jaws and stuff. They clearly have a lot more, like, depth than the Funko ones do, and I think that's really cool. We got Purple Guy's head, which is freaking hilarious looking. Alright, so I've bought a Mexican bootleg. I figured if I'm gonna only have one, and he's not actually toxic, if I'm only gonna have one, then I might as well make it one that'll fit in my collection well. So I chose this insane looking Dreadbear, which you probably saw earlier in the video. Specifically because if you don't know, I am the world's biggest So I figured if I want to get something, it has to be Dreadbear. So I got the Mexican bootleg figure of Dreadbear. And, you may notice, oh, why does he have 4 arms? They're stuck to the package. It's like sticky. Ew. I don't know what's going on there. Ugh, he feels gross. Ew. Ugh, he's got like this weird, like, grimy, slimy feeling. I'm definitely gonna wash my hands after I do this. Ugh. Let me give him a smell. Alright guys, so I've got some gloves, just to, you know, make this process a little less painful. So, yeah, let's get a good look at this guy. So, he's got a little, cap for his head, which is pretty cool. I wish the Funko one did this, actually. He's got a little, like, brain cap to cover up his brain, which I think is a pretty cool detail. All things considered, they did a decent job. It doesn't seem to... Yeah, it goes on alright. Yeah, he can wear it. There you go. His hat's on now. In the top of his head. Cool. I don't know why his head doesn't hinge open like it does in the game, because I feel like that would have made a lot more sense in his mouth, but the mouth is pretty cool. Good that it opens, I guess. It's pretty neat right there. The arms are articulated, the wrists will swivel, there's no elbow articulation. You can see his chest here with a little speaker on it. You can actually take his chest off, which will reveal his endoskeleton, which is a very cool feature of these figures. Most of them have a removable mask, so you can see the endoskeleton face underneath, and a removable torso, but since Dreadbear opens the top of his head instead, he doesn't have an endo face, which I guess is understandable. You gotta pick one or the other, but, yeah, most of the figures, instead of, like, a little brain cap like Dreadbear has, it'd be a face thing that you pull off and you could see the endo face. The legs move forward and backwards. The paint job is honestly better than I would expect, especially with like the teeth and stuff, better than I would expect from stuff like this. Pretty well painted, all things considered. All like the paint detail and everything, the sculpting and everything, it's not the worst thing in the world, gonna be completely honest. There's a lot of these figures that do look a lot worse than this one, but this one, all things considered, is pretty alright. Look at the back here, it says, BR on this back. I don't know what the BR stands for. And as you can see here, he is quite a bit different from the official Funko Dreadbear action figure. He is 4 times the price, so I mean, in terms of bootleg, I don't really think there's an advantage for buying him instead, because he's less accurate and he's like 8 times more expensive. Again, he has all the extra features, but he also smells terrible. And yeah, I wouldn't recommend this guy. Gonna be completely honest, if you get an official Funko one, because he looks a lot better. So, yeah, but you can tell they definitely based it off the Funko mold more so than the actual Dreadbear character, at least for the colors. Yeah, that's a Mexican bootleg Dreadbear figure if I've ever seen one. Alright, so, I've never done one of these before. I got, some lead tests on Amazon, so, pretty cool. I have, it seems pretty self-explanatory. So we take the swab, I put water on it, and then I put it on Dreadbear over here, and, it should give me a result. So, using this crappy sink, and I'm wearing gloves to touch him, because I don't know if he's safe. Even if he is safe, I don't want to... Honestly, I don't think, even if he doesn't have lead in him, there's probably something else unsafe in him, because, like, let me just smell again. Yeah. Alright, so, let's put Dreadbear in frame. There we go. It says on the side, it's simple. Wet swab with water, shake off excess liquid. After tab achieves mustard yellow color, promptly use the swab, rub surface for 30 seconds, rub swab tip for color change. Okay, well... That's probably good. This thing is, kind of intimidating. Yeah, let's probably get Dreadbear out of the sink before we turn on the water. That's probably preferable. Okay, I guess we'll do it here. Alright. And, rub surface for 30 seconds. Let's go for, down here. like in his torso. We'll just do like all around him. So you can see in the box, the darker is lead and then the lighter is no lead. So to me, what this looks like is it's got not a lot of lead, but a little bit of lead. There's a little bit of lead in this guy. He's not like dangerous levels, but he does, I mean, if I'm being a complete idiot, please let me know in the comments, because I have no clue how to use these things. This is my first time ever having experience with them, but, if my eyes do not deceive me, I'm pretty sure this should mean that he's got that part's really dark. Hold on. That part's really dark. That part's definitely towards the lower ranges. I think it's very safe to say this guy's got a little bit of lead in him. Here's a more like close-up shot I took afterwards of like the actual scale. I was just in the front of the box, but this the same colors anyway. You can see it's definitely a bit more like leaning towards like the middle, so I'd say that means it probably has a little bit of lead. And then I'm gonna do a control in a bit, so let's go to that. Now it's next morning. Now this thing is dry. I noticed that the tip is like very, very clearly on the darker side. I don't know if that means anything when it's dry, but it is something I noticed. So interesting. But I'm gonna be doing the same thing to a Funko Dreadbear as sort of control for the experiment to see how similar the results are. Because if this guy contains lead, then what this guy comes out should be significantly lighter than what that guy had. So let's test it out. Alright, so now we're going to take a brand new swab and we're going to put it in there. We're going to shake it off. And now we are going to put it on this guy for 30 seconds. So let's do like his back, because that's probably an easy place to do it for. Right, 30 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. Alright, so I think it's safe to say that the other Dreadbear did indeed contain a bit of lead, because this thing has come back with absolutely, like, no color changes, which means that, come on, focus, come on. There we go. Oh, okay, fine. Do it! Focus, come on. There. But you can see it came back with, like, okay, this stupid camera. Alright, you can see this thing has, like, barely any color changes, which, to me, should indicate that it probably doesn't have anything in it. And considering the other figure did give color changes, I think our results are pretty clear. So yeah, I was not being too harsh. These things are actually toxic, so, good to know. So if you have any of these guys, be careful. Do not, chew on them. Inhale the fumes on them. Keep them in an enclosed space. Make sure to wash your hands after using them. Or touching them and stuff. But, yeah. That's my advice to you. So, what's the moral lesson of this video? Sketchy bootlegs are indeed sketchy, and you should always be cautious about them. So now that I've found out that these guys contain lead, I don't have to buy a full set of them like I agreed. So, that's pretty awesome, because I didn't want to, these things, I'm scared of them. I'm gonna be honest, I am scared of them, and knowing that they actually have lead in them makes me even more scared. It's been quite a while since I've dabbled in the world of Mexican Five Nights at Freddy's bootlegs, and I'm curious to see if there's been any improvement since last time. To catch you guys up to speed, last time I received a positive lead test from one of the Mexican FNAF bootlegs. And if you weren't aware, lead being inside of children's toys is kind of bad. So at the end of that video, I came to the conclusion that you guys should not buy these figures whatsoever, as they are probably a hazard to your own health. But I felt like it was worth revisiting in a few months, just to see if they've had any kind of improvement in any way, and to just see what they've been up to. Because Mexican bootleggers are interesting people who make a lot of very interesting products. So without further ado, Skibidi Toilet is an online web series made by Boot. Mexican bootlegs of Skibidi Toilet are a given. It's a popular online thing. Of course they're gonna make figures of it. But they seem to have been combining this with FNAF for some reason. Now, I have seen my fair share of Skibidi FNAF content farm videos, but it's just interesting to me how they felt the need to make these in the first place. They have the same ugly speckled paint style that the one that was tested positive for lead is, so I think you should know that if you put this thing in your mouth, you would die. The main set of these includes a Skibidi Freddy, a Skibidi Bonnie, and a Skibidi Foxy, as well as a Speaker Man instead of Chica, because sadly everybody hates Chica. For some reason, Foxy gets guns attached to the sides of his toilet, while Freddy and Bonnie do not. You can see Freddy's metal endoskeleton neck inside of the toilet, a very nice touch that pays great attention to the Freddy Fazbear design philosophy. The head sculpt for Freddy, it's not awful, but the injection molding is just so poorly done that I can't even give it credit. There's also another set that includes a Skibidi Glamrock Freddy, a Skibidi Monty, and a Skibidi Glamrock Bonnie. I don't know the words that are coming out of my mouth right now, I'm gonna be so honest. But there's also some weird green Ennard, which, I don't know why Ennard is bundled with the Glamrocks, but I also just don't know what this is supposed to be. I think they sculpted it with the intent of it just being Ennard, but then they made it green. Why did they do that? Is he, radioactive? I wouldn't be surprised, since he's, a Skibidi Toilet. I don't know the lore. Maybe is it lore accurate? Are they radioactive? I don't know. But you may be asking, where's all the weird twisted animatronic stuff? I don't like these things. They look too normal. Yes, thank you, viewer. I know you've been saying that. And luckily, there are things like that. Like this fun Freddy thing. I don't know what's going on top of the toilet. I don't know what that weird mechanical arm is supposed to be. But then there's a weird knife claw and a saw blade, and there's warts growing on the toilet, and there's a twisted Freddy coming out of it. This thing's crazy. And then there's also a Chica version, obviously, and a Foxy version, and a Bonnie version. So they finally included Chica. Very cool. Not only Chica, but also Mr. Cupcake, which has a completely game-accurate sculpt for the cupcake, which I think is really funny. I guarantee they just ripped this off of Sketchfab, but, I'm just surprised that it's just game-accurate. That's so uncommon to see for these things. There's also these ones, which are very funny looking, and the toilets are even color-coordinated, and includes Balloon Boy and Springtrap, who were not included in the other sets. But I think that's enough Skibidi Toilet for me today. Another interesting thing I've noticed is that there are these Funko Snaps Mexican bootlegs, which appear to just straight up steal the original molds that Funko made. So, there's no reason to buy these over the originals. I mean, on second thought, if you want a version of the Funko Snaps figures that can work as rat poison, this would probably do a pretty good job. Now, the Five Nights at Freddy's movie, despite being easily the largest project this franchise has ever seen, right next to Security Breach, in the merch department, it had basically next to nothing on release. There was a U2 set that released alongside the movie, but it wasn't directly movie-themed. Funko released one plush and it was 2 months late. So obviously, massive market that they want to cater to, so the Mexican bootleggers would notice this. And they put out a pretty wide selection of FNAF movie figures, so let's look at them. Now, the most obvious character from the FNAF movie to do a bootleg figure of would be Steve Raglan, William Afton, the Purple Guy, Spring Bonnie, whatever you want to call him in this movie. And their genius solution to making a figure of this guy was to grab a Springtrap 3D model off of Sketchfab and then slap its head poorly onto it's way too big, by the way. The head is massive. I just want to get that out of the way to begin with. The head on this thing is massive. I do like how the hole in the chest is accurate to the movie. You know, that's where he gets bit in the movie, so nice detail there. He's got his knife. I don't remember it being that large in the movie, but, you know. Yeah, the head is literally just a stolen 3D model of Springtrap that they got from somewhere. It's pretty obvious, but it doesn't look terrible. I don't know. I guess his eyes being green is accurate to Spring Bonnie, but certainly not Springtrap in the movie. But I digress. He looks okay. His proportions kind of suck, but you get what you get. Now, the outside of the figure isn't the problem, though. It's what's underneath. What is going on here? Is that what you think Matthew Lillard looks like? The disrespect here is insane. What's going on with the body? Why is it like pink and goopy? He's not dead yet. He's not dead yet in the suit. I mean, I guess he kind of is because the hole's in the chest, but like, this is just so strange. It doesn't look anything like him. Like, this is the worst way you could sculpt Matthew Lillard ever. Like, I genuinely don't know what happened. And he has the completely wrong hair color, too. There's also these figures of the main gang, and, they look great. They look great. They look exactly how they should. These look just like the characters. Freddy's bow tie is red. Also a larger version of the Freddy where you can just really take in all of the wonderful detail on this figure. All that yummy, yummy, tasty lead. And yeah, you can really tell, like, you could see, like, the leaking over plastic around the face mold. It clearly wasn't very well done. Like, that's one thing I'll say about these newer figures. The molding on them seems substantially worse, at least for most of them. I think it's pretty obvious that these guys just have the most garbage, scuffed injection molding setup ever. There's also a golden Freddy figure who looks better than Freddy does. I'll give him that. He looks better. Not completely movie accurate, because he shouldn't have both of his ears, but this is better than the Freddy one. I'll give him that. Now, there's this bootleg of the cupcake, and most of these things, I see a lot of people who see Mexican bootlegs, and they'll go, oh, that looks awesome. I wish it was safe so I could have it. But this one, I give it that pass. I wouldn't give it to most of them, since most of them I do genuinely think look pretty bad. This one, I'll give it to him. He looks pretty good. This is a pretty good cupcake figure. And his mouth even opens, and it's pretty accurate to how it looks in FNAF AR when he opens his mouth, which is really cool. He's even got his gold tooth, which I didn't think anything would ever... Nobody knows that detail. Literally nobody cares about the cupcake golden tooth. Not even the movie cared. And back to that original Spring Bonnie from earlier, there are two variants of it. One where he's green with a yellow bow tie, and one where he is purple. I'm not really sure why these variants were made, but they were. They also made a Sparky the Dog figure, which, if you didn't know, Sparky the Dog does make a brief cameo appearance in the FNAF movie as a background suit. And, you know what? That's Sparky the Dog there. He's real. They used the Freddy head mold instead of Bonnie, because Sparky in the movie has Bonnie's head, but yeah, I don't know what's up with this giant goofy dog bone he has, but yep, there he is. I like his red eyes. Here's another Spring Bonnie with a scary bloody knife, and his teeth aren't painted, and this guy looks like he's made of rotten cheese. He looks like rotten cheese. He looks gross. We got this Freddy here, who is, like, made from a stolen model, pretty clearly. It looks like his Help Wanted model, maybe. But he's just got this random Foxy plush, and he's just, like, looks like he's struggling to hold himself together. Like, this guy looks like he's gonna crumble if you tap him. Like, I don't know why he's shaped like this. Like, they got the mold right, but they just completely fumbled with the proportions, and it looks really goofy. Like, I love this thing. Then there's also a Lefty variant of that Freddy from earlier. I don't know why they made this. Lefty's not even in the movie. I guess they were just trying to get the most use out of the mold, but it's weird. Now a very important set of figures to this video. This Freddy figure really caught my eye when I was searching for these. He has a very smooth, like, plastic paint job, which seems very odd compared to most Mexican bootlegs. His material just seems completely different, and he also just looks quite different, and he really piqued my curiosity. So for this sequel video, I decided to go for him because he seemed very different from what we've seen previously. Specifically, him and his Bonnie counterpart in the same set. Along with the Freddy and Bonnie that I got, there is also a Chica that goes with them, and she doesn't look terrible. I mean, the paint on her bib looks pretty good and everything, but then you look at the cupcake, and I don't know what happened. Like, this paint job is actually putrid, and it's making me sick. There's also this really hilarious looking Golden Freddy variant who just... Why is his eyes like that? Like, that's the main thing I'm questioning here. The rest of him is passable, I guess, but why are his eyes like this? And then, honestly, my favorite in the set, this Springtrap looks very funny. He's got this devious grin on his face. He's just got very funny looking withering. He looks very silly, and I honestly kind of vibe with him. I see the vision that they were going for with this design. And this Springtrap actually has a few color variants. You can get him in purple, which I believe is supposed to look like Toxic Springtrap from FNAF AR. That's really my best guess, because that's the only real official Springtrap that looks like this. There's also a yellow version, which I can only assume is supposed to be Spring Bonnie. And as I said before, this new set kind of inspired me to make this whole video, because they really piqued my curiosity, and I really wanted to see if they were truly any different from these other ones. So, I bought them. Let's get into it. And before we get further into this, I want to say that to do these things for the videos, I am risking my own safety. These things are not safe to get. You are taking a huge gamble with your own health. I am taking proper safety precautions. I put them in plastic bags when I'm done with them, I wear gloves and a mask when I'm handling them, and I'm overall just being as safe as I can. I don't think I emphasized this enough in the last video, but I really do not recommend buying these things, even if you believe they are safe. These are sketchy bootlegs that come from sketchy places and are made of sketchy materials. Like, the one in the last video literally got a positive lead test. That should be all you need. But yeah, I am being safe with these. This is purely for the video. I would not buy these otherwise. And with all that said, let's continue. Alright guys, so I know this is going to sound bad, but the footage you're about to watch with the yellow backdrop was recorded all the way back in December. So yeah, I've been putting off this video for a while. Once it gets to the footage with the red background when I'm doing the actual lead test, that was filmed like a few weeks ago, but the footage that you're about to watch right now was filmed back in December because I had recorded the video, then I got caught up with so many other projects, and then I was just putting it off until I had the time to finally do it. So I just wanted to explain that because I felt like it was worth explaining. Hey guys, so something arrived that wasn't meant to arrive until February. Oh, and on top of that, I should probably... So yeah, the Mexican bootleg figures came finally, because I was planning on doing a part 2, and I was going to do another lead test to find out if they still contain the lead. But they're here now. They were supposed to come in February, but they're here right now. Just arrived out of nowhere, by the way. The shipping still says they're coming in February. Clearly that is not the case. But I chose specifically the absolute most recent Mexican bootlegs on the market right now, which are based on the Five Nights at Freddy's movie, which is pretty cool. To my knowledge, this new revised set of the original characters for the movie does only include Freddy and Bonnie right now, although I'm not 100% sure if they're specifically based on the movie, because you can see here Bonnie's guitar is clearly based on his original guitar, despite its wrong coloring, and I feel like this could be kind of based on, they're actually right there, the 13-inch FNAF figures from Funko, because those also were just Freddy and Bonnie, so I think these might be kind of supposed to be ripping off those, but I'm not 100% sure about anything with these, really. But yeah, let me get my surgical gloves, and let me look into them, I guess. Alright, so, yeah, I guess we'll start off with Freddy here, just because, you know, he's Freddy. So, get him out and take a look. So, he comes in 3 pieces, it appears. He comes with his face, just the base part of his body. His head can rotate. He's got a really weird looking neck. He's got hands rotate. His arms move up and down. Microphone is molded into his hand, it appears. I don't think it comes off. No articulation on the legs or the feet. Yeah, you can see he's got a little bit of endo going on in his torso. Endo face doesn't seem accurate, but it is kind of neat looking. Yeah, so I guess he doesn't have pupils. Oh, wait. Weird. His eyes turn. That's bizarre, but I don't mind it. I mean, he can look up and down. That's kind of a neat feature. I like that. Let's see. We got his mask here. And put it on, and he looks all right. I think his eyes are a bit too dark, but we can also put on the chest piece, which it goes on like this. And it doesn't quite go down as far as you'd want it to, but oh yep, he's also got a light in his torso. That's just wonderful. It's a wonderful feature. I'm glad they added that. Hat does come off. It's a stupid rod in his head. Okay. Yeah, I don't think there's a way to attach the head further. I know some figures have like, oh wait, his endo head is, oh, there it goes. All right, so his eyes are a separate piece, and so is the endo mask, and underneath is just kind of like a blank Freddy face, but I mean, he doesn't look terrible. This is an all right figure, definitely. Let me see, let me smell him real quick. Ugh. Okay, so he smells bad, obviously. All of these things smell bad. But he doesn't smell bad in the same way that the Dreadbear did. The Dreadbear smelled bad because it smelled like spray paint, like really cheap spray paint. This one smells like cheap plastic, which is a change of pace. I wouldn't say it's better or worse, but it smells more like cheap plastic or like burnt rubber rather than like what the last one smelled like. So interesting. He's also noticeably shinier and has a lot less paint overall. I'll try to do the lead test on a part of him that does have paint, just to get a good like, because like this metallic texture is kind of sketchy. So yeah, bootleg movie Freddy figure. Would I say this is any better than say Funko's standard Freddy? No, not at all. Not at all. He is not very good, but I will say he looks all right. Also thought it was funny to mention these guys have a more accurate sculpt for the feet than Funko's figures do. Now, because of these being based on the movie, they were the easiest ones for me to gauge how new they were. Although there were, I'm sure there's definitely a lot more new ones that I could have gotten to test it out, but I didn't want to risk anything. So the other one that I got was Bonnie here. And Bonnie here came completely disassembled. You kind of got not really a withered Bonnie look. It would have been cool if they sculpted the wires and stuff for the withered Bonnie look, but they didn't really. I mean, you can put this on. It looks a little more like withered Bonnie, but eh. I think, honestly, the pure white eyes on these guys would probably look better, which lucky you can do just by flipping the eyes around. The eyes being able to flip around is definitely the coolest feature. Bonnie's endoskeleton appears to be broken in there. Yeah, his endoskeleton's like flopping around. It's lopsided, so that's not too good. I'm sad that he arrived broken. Not that I care that much, but you know, you got the little rings around the feet, which was not something that Freddy had, so I guess Bonnie gets a point for that. The ears look pretty decent, actually. I kind of like them better than Funko's ears. I hate how Funko always makes the ears stick straight up on the head. This one makes the ears look pretty good. Position the eyes. The eyes are purple, which is not accurate to my... I don't think Bonnie's eyes are more like... I guess they're pink, so I could see how they could be confused to purple, but they're honestly more of like a reddish pink. Bonnie's eyes are very, like, leaning on red, and a lot of merch does make his eyes red, but this made him purple. Probably based on the Funko figure, to be honest, but, you know, that is a neat-looking endoskeleton, I guess. And considering the severe lack of articulation these guys have, I have a hard time believing that he will be able to hold his guitar. And, yeah, my suspicion is correct. He cannot even hold the other end of it. The guitar is also bent, which looks really funny. It's also completely wrongly colored, and this isn't even the movie guitar. That sure is a Bonnie figure. Alright, so I tested if the pure white eyes would improve the figures, and I think it definitely does. I think this makes them look a lot better and nicer, so, not that I recommend buying these, but if you are gonna, this is definitely the way to display the eyes, because they definitely look cooler this way. Here's Freddy next to the official 13-inch Freddy and the official normal Freddy, and yeah, it's pretty noticeable here, the quality difference and everything. He's bigger than the Funko one, significantly bigger than the Funko one, but much, much smaller than the 13-inch one. Now here is Bootleg Bonnie next to the official Bonnies, and yeah, same deal as Freddy. It's pretty noticeable here. Hey guys, so sorry if you hear in the background there's a thing running in the background, but yeah, got Freddy Fazbear glove to protect from any potential substances that are on this figure. I'm gonna finally do the lead test on this stupid thing. So for the lead test in this video, I'm going to be doing 4 separate lead tests, or 3. I'm not really sure, but no, 4. Yeah. So I'm going to be doing one on the endoskeleton piece, because that is the piece that I find the most likely to contain it, because of the metallic plastic there. Then I'm going to test the brown and the purple plastic separately, and I'm also going to rub it a bit on the kneecaps and joints, and maybe this paint on their faces and ears, but I'm going to be honest, that just kind of looks like regular acrylic paint. It doesn't look that suspicious. Alright, so wetting the swab here. Okay, so I'm going to touch him, whatever. I'll wash my hands after. Rub surface for 30 seconds. Alright. Alright, so first swab on the endoskeleton does not appear to contain any, so that's some pretty, that's pretty good sign there. You can, if the camera would focus, I literally do the thing where I tap and it's supposed to focus on the right thing. There we go. Yeah, you can see here, not really any reaction from it. If anything, it shows that it has no lead, so cool. Test 1, good. Alright, now we're gonna try out this dude's kneecaps, because there's some suspicious looking silver paint on there. And, yeah. I think these might be a different brand of Mexican bootlegs, because they do look quite a bit different from how the style of the Dreadbear looks. Although it's also very similar still. They are much more simple character design, so I'm not really sure. It's hard to tell. Alright, update on the first swab we did. It is looking a little bit more reddish at the top, but not enough for me to say it has anything. It's still pretty similar to how the original color was. I'd say it's near the, over on this end, which means that it's, either none or very, very tiny amount, but either way, probably nothing. So, Freddy, we'll take your face off real quick. You can see his eyes here have definitely a very complex paint job. I'm probably just gonna dab it all over, like, the ears and the eyes and the teeth and stuff to see if that paint has anything going on. So, also not really seeing too much of a result from this swab, so I think we can pretty safely conclude that this duo of figures doesn't really contain any lead, which is obviously a much more positive result. Should I still wear this stupid glove? I'm gonna still wear it. This is a much more positive result than last time, so good. I'm glad that some of these things aren't all dangerous, I guess. Yeah, but I don't know. I'm very interested to know, like, what the reasoning is, though, why these ones are so different. Because we got a pretty strong result last time from the Dreadbear we tested. So, clearly something is different about these ones than what he had going on. And I have a theory. Last time we tested a Mexican bootleg, it was one with a very, very rough finish. I think I might still have him in my little biohazard closet, so I'll go grab him real quick. So, yeah, I found him. I did keep him for scientific purposes. He has been in a plastic bag at the bottom of a closet for the past, like, I don't remember when I did the last video, but yeah. This guy contains hazardous amounts of lead. If consumed, it could kill me. So, yeah, this guy, he's not too great. He had a pretty negative result. So why is he so different from them? My personal theory here is that this guy has a very visible rough paint finish. It looks like he's done with spray paint or something. Very, very cheap looking paint that just does not look the safest. Like, you notice all those black speckles on him, which seems to be a characteristic of a lot of the bootlegs that tend to smell the worst. These guys don't smell nearly as bad as this guy did, which is telling. And if you notice, these ones back here that I bought have a very flat plastic look to them. They don't look like they have very much paint at all, and the paint that they do have looks a lot more like basic acrylic or printing rather than this sketchy speckled paint. So I'd say my definitive advice while buying Mexican bootlegs is look for ones with these kinds of paint jobs. The ones where their faces and paint is all done in a very, it's either like a flat plastic look like the brown is, or a more acrylic paint look like the nose is. Because if they look like this guy, they probably will contain lead, just based on what I've seen here. So, how to avoid Mexican bootlegs? Anything with this speckled black look, please avoid, because it's probably not safe to have in your house. Those guys, perfectly safe. They may smell weird, and there could be other bad materials in them, but at least they don't have lead. I mean, I think these guys are mostly safe. I wouldn't say that they're, like, gonna kill you, or, like, they're a hazard to young children. You'll probably be fine. They just smell like cheap plastic, basically, which is a characteristic of a lot of bootlegs, and the plastic that they use here clearly doesn't contain, like, lead or anything, so I wouldn't say it's, like, anything too awful. It's just kind of, like, it stinks. It's cheap plastic. What do you expect? That being said, even if you do have a bootleg that is in this style with the very shiny plastic look, I'd still recommend washing your hands before eating or anything like that after touching them, because they still do have like a greasy film over them, and that can't be good. It just can't be. So wash your hands after touching them. You'll probably be fine. I guess same goes for this guy, but you know, difference is that this guy contains hazardous levels of lead. These guys don't. So, in conclusion, have Mexican bootlegs improved? Probably not. But some of them are safe. That's our conclusion for this part 2. So, we found the holy grail of Mexican bootlegs. And by holy grail, I mean doesn't contain lead. I do want to mention that even though these ones are safe, I won't really recommend buying them still, because they still smell awful, and we don't really know what could be in them, because there's not lead, which is great, but we don't know if there's any other bad materials in them, and I don't know how to test for those, so it's just kind of up in the air. I still wouldn't say they're 100% safe, but they're absolutely safer than a lot of the other ones. So I guess the conclusion to this video is, if you buy a Mexican bootleg, make sure it has this shiny finish rather than the rough finish, because the rough finish is a heavy indicator of lead in these figures. And if you can't tell which kind of paint job it has, it's probably best to just not buy it and be safe. Oh yeah, by the way, hope you guys like the new character stills. I really like how they turned out. There's new turtle ones coming soon. Alright, but in the vast landscape of bootleg video game merchandise, knockoff Lego figures have been a pretty consistent thing throughout the years. And you can probably apply it to any popular franchise. With Legos being among the most popular kind of toy in the world, it makes sense why bootleggers would want to capitalize on turning literally everything into Legos. Especially in cases where no officially licensed construction toy companies are capitalizing on the series. And ever since McFarlane Toys lost the rights to make their officially licensed Five Nights at Freddy's sets, bootleggers have taken notice of this. And it's led to dozens upon dozens of bizarre, often very confusing products. So for a brief history lesson, McFarlane Toys got the license to create Five Nights at Freddy's construction sets back in 2015, and throughout the years created sets all the way up until 2021, which they released their final wave, which was rather disappointing to fans. And then after a few re-releases of legacy sets, the line was shortly cancelled. And Todd McFarlane was quickly sent to the Shadow Realm, never to be seen again.
Todd McFarlane here. Let's talk Five Nights at Freddy. If you like Freddy, you're going to like what we've got coming out here, exclusive to Walmart. Look at if you played the app game, you know that the game is based around this cool pizza parlor. Like a Walmart. Here's your big base here. One here, and you pour it out. You're going to see just how much is in the box. It's like 1 billion pieces. And you got me the female figure, right? You got me the female figure. Now, I don't know if it's true or not, but somewhere along the line, serial killers began
leaving the license for buildable Five Nights at Freddy's toys up for grabs, which resulted in Funko creating the Funko Snaps toy line, which was, at least in my opinion, a much inferior replacement that isn't really compatible with Legos, so it doesn't really count. But at least they're making characters that McFarlane never got the chance to. But anyway, McFarlane losing the license was absolutely a key player in the Funko Snaps toy line being created. And it also caused a massive uptick in bootleg Five Nights at Freddy's Legos, because obviously there were no official ones on the market anymore. But just because it caused an uptick didn't mean there was nothing beforehand, so let's take a look at that. The earliest example of bootleg FNAF Legos that I can personally find is this gem right here. And you can see the true artistic integrity seen with these figures. I like the solid color prints on their torsos. They only have really one color on the printing of their torsos, and you can see it's kind of transparent where any of the detail is. That's a good use of resources. They're very resourceful there. The head molds are varying in quality. I don't think Freddy and Bonnie I'm just not too sure about Freddy and Bonnie, just as a whole. Chica looks like Chica? Question mark? And Foxy is probably the best one. I think this one looks acceptable. They all come with accessories. Freddy has his iconic yellow microphone. Chica has a hook, or Foxy. I don't know. Chica doesn't have an accessory, so I'm not sure who this goes to. But then we got what is that? Whatever Bonnie has here, I have no idea what that's supposed to be. If you guys could tell me in the comments what you think this is, that would be greatly appreciated, because I have no clue. Yeah, that's an interesting one. And the packaging has some cool artwork on it. You can see this stolen fan art in the corner, and this stolen fan art, which is iconic. And I've gone through the effort of actually finding these sources for both of these images, so now the first image here is actually this piece of fan art here, which was drawn by DeviantArt user Racheji? I hope I didn't butcher that. On August of 2014. So this is some very, very early FNAF fan art, and yeah, some of the first FNAF fan art actually, which is pretty cool, honestly. But yeah, this is stolen fan art on the box, which surprises absolutely nobody. In this image right here, everybody's seen this image somewhere before, and it was made by Multi-Shadow Yoshi on DeviantArt, and it is a art piece called Five Nights at Freddy's, The Animatronics. And it sure is Five Nights at Freddy's, The Animatronics there. This piece is, this is an iconic image. It's not good. What am I kidding? It's good. This is awesome. Thought it was worth mentioning that there's also these ones I found, which I'm pretty sure are bootlegs of the bootlegs that I just talked about. So, yeah, Balloon Boy looks absolutely terrifying here. I think it'd be a good time to introduce you all to a little-known company called Kopf. Now, you're probably saying, is that a real company? Well, supposedly, basically, Kopf or KOFP, I'm not really sure which one it's supposed to be, makes bootleg Lego minifigures of basically whatever popular thing they can get their hands on. or since they're bootleggers, can't get their hands on. Two varied degrees of success. And they are easily one of the largest producers of knockoff LEGO minifigures ever. So it's obvious that they would be a culprit to create knockoff FNAF minifigures, which they have. So going for the Kopf figures first, we've got the original Kopf Five Nights at Freddy's set, which includes Chica, Freddy, Bunny, Foxy Springtrap, Bunny again, animatronic skeleton, Golden Freddy, and Balloon Boy. Now, I don't know how they misspelled balloon there, considering it says balloon spelled correctly right on his sign, but yeah, I'm not going to say too much about these because I actually have these reviewed in person later on in the video, so stay tuned. But yeah, this was one of the first sets of knockoff FNAF minifigures that was actually widely accessible. You can actually still find these very easily to this day. We got this set, which includes characters like Bunny, Chica, Freddy, Bunny again, Foxy Springtrap, I don't know where they got Springtrap from, White Freddy, Balloon Boy again, and Orange-Haired Girl. Now, they did just reuse the FNAF 1 head molds for the Nightmares, and they also reused FNAF 1 Bonnie for Toy Bonnie, which looks... yikes. And, I don't know, these are interesting. I'm not sure why Balloon Boy looks like that. It has a very weird Balloon Boy design. I'm not really sure. I think it's supposed to be Nightmare Balloon Boy. It doesn't quite look like him. Also, this crazy picture of Nightmare Freddy at the top. That picture is crazy. That's all I really have to say. That's also got this cool set, which has the puppet. It has Nightmare Balloon Boy, Lefty, a security guard, the most 2015 looking purple guy design I've ever seen, Springtrap, another Springtrap who looks, yikes, Twisted Bonnie for some reason, and Funtime Foxy. And I think a lot of these aren't too bad. I think the puppet's, fine. I don't know why it has a microphone. Lefty's pretty good, even though it's just FNAF 1 Freddy's head mold. I don't mind that Lefty. Purple guy's fine. I don't know. The rest of them are just kind of weird. I don't understand why the Night Guard's hat says ADSKFD. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. When I search this series of letters on Google, it literally just gives me this exact minifigure. I'm going insane. Then we've got a Security Breach themed set, which I don't think I need to say anything about these. I think they speak for themselves pretty nicely. I don't think I need to say much. Then there is the newest series of them, or the newer series of them, which is made by a mysterious group that I have no idea who they are, but they're pretty talented because these look pretty dang good. Foxy and Toy Freddy are definitely got the short end of the stick for this, but everyone else looks pretty spot on. The cupcake especially is very impressive looking for how small it is. I think it's pretty clear these are just a very vast improvement over the original series of bootleg FNAF minifigures. And the series 2 of these things is also pretty good. Balloon Boy's fine, Baby's cool, Endo looks strange, honestly. Funtime Foxy looks good. The Funtime Freddy's look... something's wrong with his face. I can't put my finger on it, but something is horribly wrong with his face. Spring Bonnie is really, really lazy, and then you just got Lolbit because they can repaint Funtime Foxy. And the most recent set from these guys is actually based on the Five Nights at Freddy's movie. And I won't say much about it because I'm about to review it right about now. And before we do that, I did want to briefly mention, because I'm going to be spending a decent portion of the rest of the video on these, is the buildable Five Nights at Freddy's sets that you can find on Amazon. Now, most of these are just from big no-name companies, and most of them are just kind of simple brick-built versions of FNAF things, but some of them are pretty cool. I like this DJ Music Man here. A lot of the pizzeria environments aren't too bad. It's mainly the buildable characters where things get, questionable, and we're going to look at those in person as well.
Slinky and Turtle have a very important message for you guys, that there is going to be brand new merchandise.
Hey guys, so obviously you know the drill. I'm doing a FNAF Bootlegs video on bootleg FNAF Legos. So obviously, I've got some tasty little treats here. Minifigures, more minifigures, wherever the heck that is. So I believe it's only appropriate here to start off with not this. This I'm saving this for last. I mean, can you just look at this Ultimate Custom Night? I have so much to say about this thing, and I haven't even opened it yet. So, I'm gonna start off with these two, because these are the basic FNAF bootlegs in terms of Legos go. These are basically just your standard knockoff minifigures, which, from my experience, are pretty nice. Like, when I was younger, I used to actually, when I was into, like, superheroes and stuff, I would actually just, like, go on AliExpress and just order all the knockoff figures of all the characters I wanted, because I didn't care about any of the sets that they came with, I just wanted the figures, so, yeah, and they honestly were barely distinguishable from actual Lego quality, so I'm excited to see how these hold up nowadays. Alright, let's get this first bag open. You can see we got all the bags here. So we've got Bonnie right here. We've got Foxy. We've got Balloon Boy, Golden Freddy, Endoskeleton, Freddy, Chica, and Springtrap. Now, if you weren't aware, this particular set of bootlegs is actually the original. Like, this is the first set of bootleg FNAF minifigures that was ever created, to my knowledge. So, pretty cool to have. They're very easy to find, so it's not really like it's a rare thing to have, but yeah. I just felt like these were pretty essential to doing this whole review, so yeah, I guess we'll just start with Freddy here. Alright, let's open it up. And pour this out, and... Okay, so... pretty standard for these, but he is completely disassembled, like his arms and his arm sockets are just not in, so kind of gotta click those in there. Luckily they're not too hard, not nearly as hard as getting an actual minifigure's arms in, so I guess that's a thing to tell that they're... I also do notice here, his torso is rather rounded, at least in comparison to what an actual Lego figure would look like. The torso would usually be a bit more jagged. He's very, like, rounded. He comes with an extra hand. I don't know if that was intentional. I'm gonna assume it was. Give him his microphone and put him on the stand. And now let's look at Freddy. Alright, so here we've got the original classic Freddy Fazbear minifigure. You can tell the head is incredibly influenced from the Funko sculpt. As in, it's basically one-to-one. I'm not really seeing any, like, big issues with him, though. Printing on him is alright. The paint on his face, could absolutely be better. But for what it is, and how small he is, I wouldn't even say it's I wouldn't say it's the worst thing in the world. It could be so much worse here. But he also doesn't look too great. I'll give him that. Very, very clearly based upon Funko Freddy. Mine in particular looks quite concerned. I think a big issue with these is that the eyes and eyebrows are just much too small for classic Freddy's face. So I also think the jaw is pretty small. The lack of joint detail in any of the arm or leg printing is a bit strange. The torso printing is definitely a bit basic. This is very primitive, but I wouldn't say it's terrible. And he does feel like noticeably made out of worse plastic than actual Lego bricks, which is to be expected, but he doesn't feel like he's going to be any less compatible with them. So if you want a Freddy Fazbear figure to go with your Lego sets, I don't really see any issues with this guy. He also doesn't stink like a lot of other bootlegs, so that's another good sign. There's basically no odor for this guy, which means that, at the bare minimum, they're not using the cheapest plastic in the world, which is good. And now that we built one of them live, I assume we should probably build the rest of them in a quick little time-lapse. Alright, so here we've got the entire original set of bootleg FNAF Lego figures, and honestly, they're... okay, some of them are better than others. I'll give it that. Like, I think Freddy and Golden Freddy here are pretty alright. Obviously, I already said Freddy was alright, so Golden Freddy is automatically also alright. I think Foxy looks pretty good. I think he might be a bit too pink on his lighter color, but, I mean, the paint on his face isn't too bad. He matches the Funko figure pretty dang well. These are very clearly inspired by the Funko figures, but, yeah, I honestly don't think Foxy's too bad. Then we get to, and then also Balloon Boy. I'm not too big a fan of how they did his balloon. I think that looks a bit cheesy, but, you know, he looks alright, I think. Then you got the characters like Chica, and, oh dear. Something went horribly wrong with her face, I think. Also, Mr. Cupcake isn't looking too good. They didn't really give him much respect here. Not a big fan of Chica here. Bonnie is neat. He has a guitar. It's unpainted, though. I feel like they could have painted that. I don't like his fucking monster teeth. I don't even know. He's got, like, T-Rex teeth. He looks scary. Same eye problem that Chica had. And then probably the worst of the eye problems is Springtrap here. Oh my goodness gracious. I will say though, the body printing on Springtrap here is pretty dang good. Like, I genuinely do think the detail here is pretty much perfect for like a simplified Lego figure. This is how a Springtrap body should look if it's in Lego, at least in my opinion. But I'm just not a fan of this face. He looks rough. I think basing Springtrap stuff off the Funko figure is just an immediate red flag. Like, that is rule number 1 of interpreting Springtrap. Do not base it off the Funko figure. That is the worst point of reference. And then we've got probably my favorite of them, Endo02, who was a strange inclusion, but I assume it's just because he was in the original set of Funko minifigures, which I think is particularly what these are based on. And he looks pretty much perfect. I mean, I genuinely can't think of any, like, critiques to him. His ears are even removable, so if you really wanted to, he can kind of also function as a pretty good Endo01, so pretty dang cool figure. I like this one a lot. This is probably my favorite. Alright, now that I've reviewed all these guys, would I recommend these as something to go with any Lego FNAF customs that you may be making, or just if you want any minifigures of the FNAF characters for your collection? Honestly, they're not awful. I think the McFarlane figures obviously beat any of these bootlegs, but for what these are, I don't think they're the worst things in the world. There's some particular highlights. I think Foxy and Endo02 particularly look very, very good, but I don't know. There's definitely better options out there by now for these kind of figures, and I'd honestly recommend those over these, because these are pretty dang rough. I didn't even mention before, but Springtrap has both of his ears intact, which is strange. But yeah, I'm honestly gonna say I would not recommend these unless you can get Endo02 by himself. I think this one is absolutely worth it. This guy is perfect. Literally, like, do you guys have any like notes about this guy in the comments? Like, anything that could possibly be changed about him to make him better? Because I genuinely just think he's pretty dang good. Like, I like that figure. But yeah, let's take a look at the newer set of minifigures, which are based on the FNAF movie. Now, this is, to my knowledge, the only, to my knowledge, this is the most recent set of knockoff FNAF figures, so I think that this is a pretty good point of reference to use as just, like, where they're at now quality-wise versus where they started. There have been many other series besides after this one that came in between this one and this one. I just wanted a point of reference for the very first ones and the very newest ones. And as we did previously, I assume we should start with our classic Freddy Fazbear. So let's throw all these guys out to the side and get out Freddy here. Alright, so presentation here is basically identical. They come exactly the same way. Although I am immediately noticing improvements, at least detail-wise. But I'll get to those once he's actually assembled. We can get his head on. And we can get his hands. if those will actually go in. Hands and arms are definitely the annoying part of assembling these. I definitely think so. But yeah, here we go. So put him on his little stand. I noticed these stands are shorter than the other ones, but yeah. All right, here we've got our Lego classic Freddy Fazbear, and it is based on the movie design. I think this is great. Like, the dirt detailing on him looks fantastic. The face detail is shockingly well painted. I don't know how they managed to do that with like a bootleg like this. Like, that's like high quality paint job there. There's official merch with worse paint than that. Tons of official merch with worse paint than that, actually. But yeah, this guy is, get the focus here, very, very good looking. This guy is genuinely a pretty fantastic looking minifigure. He basically fixes all the issues I had with the old one, which I'll put side by side. You can see the difference is night and day. Like, this one for the movie is absolutely the winner. I don't know why my camera's not focusing very well, but you get the idea. Obvious winner here. I don't know why it's not focusing, but yeah. This is good. This is great, actually. I love this. I'm excited to see the rest. Wow. The contrast between the detail of these figures and the previous ones is genuinely to the point where I don't even think I need to compare them, but I'm going to do it anyway just because. Now, obviously, first off, we do have our two human characters, Mike and Abby, included here, which I think are cool. Obviously, they're not really captured too well. I think the hairpiece on, Abby here is pretty perfect, but the face doesn't really look like Piper Rubio at all. Mike's face kind of looks like Josh Hutcherson. I don't think the hair looks that good, but I don't know. These are neat to have. It's nice to have some human companions to go with the animatronics. I think that's cool. Alright, so here's a comparison between the Bonnies. As you can see, the new Bonnie has much better detail on the face and everything. Not even any contest there. The guitar is night and day. The new one's actually painted. It is a completely different guitar mold as well. It does seem like this one just looks like a generic Lego one. This one looks like it was legit modeled after Bonnie's actual guitar. Like, it looks like it's straight up just a sculpt of that, which is cool. Although it's not accurate to the movie guitar, because that's not what his guitar looks like in the movie. But let's see at the back here. There's printing all around on these movie figures, and they have joint detail, which the other ones did not. Yeah, difference is pretty night and day here with Bonnie. Honestly, I don't really think I have many complaints at all about the movie one, besides the few that I already mentioned. They even bothered to get, the fact that the white on his torso in the movie design, or the lighter color, goes up to his neck, because that's a detail that's only in the movie design. So the fact that they even noticed that is so, like, I don't know. They really did their research designing these. I don't know. That's cool. Here we've got Chica, and yet again, oh my goodness, there is no contest. There is not even... Get that out of here. Look at this face on Chica. That looks exactly like her. Like, literally, that's exactly like her. In terms of getting Chica's head accurately portrayed on a little minifigure, that's about as good as you're gonna get for just the Lego scale. And then the cupcake. Look at it. It's so detailed for how small it is. Like, I genuinely don't know how they do this. Like, this is so good. There's so much little, like, dirt details around her. They have printing all around the legs and on, like, even on the back of the legs. Like, these are insanely detailed, and I love it. Now, here we got the Foxy comparison, and I literally think the only thing better about the old Foxy is that I think the new Foxy's head is too small, so I think the old Foxy kind of wins in that department, but I don't know. if you look past the tiny head, I don't really think there's much competition here. You can see the printing detail on the new Foxy is absolutely spectacular. Look at the back of his torso. You can even see the endo poking through. Like, that's just... Don't focus on the background. There we go. Yeah, look at that. That's so good. Like, that's so good. I can't even, like... I'm just gushing over these figures, but genuinely, like, I wasn't expecting this from them. I had the bar on the floor for how these were gonna look in person, but they look better than the photos. Like, what? Here we got the comparison between the Golden Freddys. Now, the movie one is honestly probably the second worst of the movie set, just because obviously they didn't actually bother making his ear missing. They just painted it black so they could reuse the mold from Freddy. You can see the purple on the bow tie there, which obviously Golden Freddy's bow tie is not purple. Microphone is golden, which I guess makes sense because he's Golden Freddy, but that's not necessarily accurate. If we turn him around, you can see just like same deal as all the others, just way more detailed, way nicer looking. All that. And I do quite enjoy the paint here. I also, the way they painted his eye too, they even got like the darker blue with the lighter blue in the middle. Like, they really did like put a ton of effort into painting these for no reason. Now, sadly, William Afton gets the short end of the stick for both of these sets. I don't think either of these are very good figures. I do think that this one is better, the movie one, but it's just because of the detail, because I really don't like, the body printing on the movie one is basically perfect. I don't have any issue with the body. It mainly comes down to the head, which is just very lackluster compared to the rest. It's just a repainted Bonnie head. They didn't bother making a new mold. It's just Bonnie's head, but repainted. The eyes are blue for some reason, which I guess was probably a result of Golden Freddy, but still. Yeah, the ears also has the same, like, black painting because they didn't want to make a new mold. He has freckles, which he doesn't have. I don't know. He's also missing the withering on the half of his face. I'm just not a big fan of the Spring Bonnie figure. I don't think either of these are very good. I can't really say. I probably, this one's still better, but I don't think either of these are very good. I don't think these bootleggers are very big William Afton fans. All right, so I know what you guys are 1000% thinking. Hey, Springs, why is there more stuff in the background now? And why? That's probably I don't even know. This thing. I gotta build this on camera. Hopefully. See, I built the smaller buildable set first, off camera. And you're probably saying, what? Why would you build it off camera? It's so rude. Well, the one that came in the stupid bag didn't come with any instructions. None at all. So I had to look at the Amazon listing and completely eyeball it. And I want you guys to keep that in mind when looking at these. But I'll do like a little side-by-side comparison thing, but for only having the Amazon images to go off of and no instructions, I think I did pretty good. I think these look pretty much exactly how the listing does. I'll put the image of listing right here. Like, I think it's pretty perfect in my opinion. So, maybe you guys have something else to say about that, but I think I did a pretty good job. Here's our little brick-built Vanny here. These are not very, like, stable builds. Definitely not. But, you know, she's got some articulation. She's got, she can walk. Kind of. This, I don't know why her bow tie is purple, but yeah, this is awesome. I got gloves on now. Don't ask. Vanny here. I don't think this is very good. The head it's impossible to make the head rotate. The arms move up and down. They kind of move forward if you, like, rotate the brick there, but yeah, legs are just forward and backwards. The torso falls apart really, really easily. It's just kind of not the greatest, but it's not the worst thing in the world? I don't know. Next up, we got Burn Trap. they can't really stand. Burn Trap, he looks awesome. This looks exactly how he does in the game. Look at his little eyes, no nose. His torso doesn't like to stay on. We're just gonna ignore that. Arm articulation is pretty good. His head cannot rotate, just like Vanny's. His ears move, kind of. And his legs move. And then here we got the best one. We've got Glamrock Endo, but I'm going to call this the Mimic just because I think it'd be way funnier if this was the Mimic. I know it's not supposed to be the Mimic, but, you know. You can move its head and its arms and everything, and this is probably the best one. It holds together the best. It looks the funniest. I like this guy. This guy's going to stay in my background forever, actually. Alright, new permanent piece of my background setup here. Let's put you right there. There we go. But yeah, these ones, crap. If it's from, let's see. I don't even know how to identify this. I don't even know. But ones that are just like these little buildable figures, do not recommend because they don't come with instructions and they are crap. It leads me to like a blank PDF link. I don't care. I'm gonna be honest, that was not worth it for the bit. That was not worth it. I just spent so long putting these together, and now I have to... Oh well. Oh well. Alright, but now we got the main course of the review section of this video. We got Vlot VFP, VLOT VFP, Vlot I don't know how to pronounce that. We've got Bonnie Chica, Circus Baby, Freddy, Marionette, Foxy, and Golden Freddy in this Ultimate Custom Night Festival gift. And it's got 696 pieces. What? Does this look 696 pieces to you guys? It doesn't to me. I'm scared to open this. The box is like barely holding in all the pieces. I feel like it might like explode when I open it. I'm scared. Alright, so let's get this opened and see what's inside. Oh boy. Let's see here. So just rip open the rest of the way. Yep. Those sure are Lego pieces. Oh. Okay, so cool. We have an actual instruction booklet, which is unheard of for this kind of... That's unheard of. Unheard of for me at least, because the previous one, as I complained about, did not have any instructions. It just had a PDF file that didn't need anything. But here we got all of this. Oh my gosh, there's a lot. Oh my gosh. Forgive me if I don't build all of that, but that's a lot of pieces. So I'm looking at like the manual here, and it's surprisingly legit. Like, you got all the part lists in here, and you got like, this is like a pretty well-made manual, and it feels like a legit Lego manual too, so interesting. And then there's also the little sticker sheet here, so neat. Alright, so I built two of them, the first two. So bag 1 is Golden Freddy and bag 2 is Foxy, so the characters are divided pretty neatly by bags, which is much better than the other one I reviewed today. It's infinitely better, I'd say. The instructions are easy to follow, they're well made. As I showed before, it's just like, these instructions are just like, they look legit. Like, these look like real Lego instructions. Like, I don't even have, like, any, like, not that I build, like, actual Legos that often, but they seem pretty spot on, and they're very easy to follow. So, you know, in terms of just, like, accessibility, this isn't much different from a real Lego set. Mainly just comes down to the quality of the builds just not being that great. Like, these builds are not going to hold together very well. They're going to fall apart easily. These are not really meant to be played with, and in that case, they don't really look that good as display pieces. They're kind of ugly. They're pretty clearly based off of, I probably am going to mention this earlier in the video anyway, but they're pretty clearly based off the Brick 101 stuff that he made. So, yeah, they're just kind of like poor imitations of those builds. I honestly think it would have been better if they literally just stole his builds, even though it's kind of nice that they made their own, but at the same time, these are kind of bad. These are not too great. Golden Freddy here, yeah, they snap apart so easy. These bricks are not very well made. Yeah, these are very, very cheap Lego bricks, which is probably why this was so not expensive, but you got Foxy here who looks, just look at that side profile, it's beautiful. Yeah, his legs are particularly bad, in terms of staying on. His arms are more secured than Golden Freddy's are, definitely. No head movement like the Golden Freddy has, but yeah, and he also doesn't balance the best. You can get him to stand, but he falls over really, really easily. Yeah, I don't know. These are just kind of crappy little things. I don't know. I kind of would recommend them if you just, like, want something to spend an afternoon with, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not even sure if it's going to be worth it building all of these, because, like, they're just... What do I do? What do I do here? Alright, so I asked my Discord, which character I should build, because I wanted to build one more, and they voted on Freddy. It was kind of a boring choice, you know, because, I already built Golden Freddy, but they didn't know that, so, yeah. Here we got Freddy himself, which I guess is fitting. I mean, it only makes sense that we have Freddy here, and, like, he's slightly different from Golden Freddy. Golden Freddy's mouth is open, his isn't. Golden Freddy's got, like, weird, like, white part of the bottom of his muzzle. Freddy's is the right color. I don't know. I think Freddy's probably better than Golden Freddy. I like him, kind of. He's neat. So, yeah. Got a bunch of knockoff FNAF Legos now in my house. What's the moral of this story here? The FNAF movie ones are really, really good. The old ones are meh. And do not buy this buildable crap on Amazon. It sucks. Like I know I was complimenting, like, oh, look how nice the manual is, but, like, they don't look that great, and, like, I don't know. Some of the sets look neat. Maybe I'll do another one. If this video does well, I'll buy some of the actual, like, play sets and not the buildable characters. And I'll review those and see how those are. Get this video to, how many likes I want. Let's go for 1,000. How about 1,000 likes, and I'll review more of these things, but, like, the play sets, like the pizzeria sets, and not the actual buildable characters. I'll do that if this video does well enough. So, yeah. And then we got, no. I do recommend the minifigures, though. Bootleg Lego minifigures are usually pretty nice. I have a very good experience with them, just like I used to buy a ton. I already mentioned this earlier, but yeah. These things, This isn't right. Hey guys, so I got my surgical gloves on, you know the deal. I'm about to talk about some Mexican FNAF bootlegs, and I'm doing a bit of a different thing for this video because usually these videos I would be like doing a bit of a long research segment at the beginning before I get into reviewing them. I'm gonna try a new thing where I sort of just go straight to the review part and don't really do anything special, because I don't really have anything extra to say about these bootlegs that I'm talking about today, because most of them I have actually all of them I've already mentioned previously in videos, but now I have them in person and can actually look at them and test them and stuff. Alright, so today we're going to be looking at this Vanny bootleg, along with the Springtrap that goes with that set that I actually talked about in the last big Mexican bootleg video. And then we've got this cupcake here. Now stay tuned if you're wanting another big one, because I do have another big bootleg video coming pretty soon about a certain type of bootlegs that's completely different from these, so... Alright, well, I suppose I should just get this guy open here. Yeah. Oh, shoot. Okay. Alright, he's like shrink wrapped? Okay, interesting. So, first impressions. Look, he stinks. He sure does. Yeah, I'm excited to do the test on this guy, because he has the same line as some of the other ones we looked at, which I'll go grab right now. The previous two bootlegs in this line actually did have very, smooth paint jobs that didn't really seem to be too reliant on paint, and the paint that they did have tested negative, so I'm pretty certain that these two are pretty safe, despite them stinking. They're probably just made with low-quality plastic, but yeah, they all have the same articulation and the same scale and everything. But the difference with Springtrap here is that he is absolutely drenched in this stinky metallic stuff, and I'm very worried that that stuff could be potentially toxic. With all this talk of bootleg FNAF merch, do you want to know where you can get some authentic FNAF merch? Well, EntertainmentEarth.com is one of the biggest online toy retailers, and if you order from them, make sure to use my promo code. Alright, that's all. Back to the video. But before we test that, I suppose we should look at the figure. Hand sculpt. He does only have 4 fingers, but the hands are sculpted surprisingly well. Not any real issues there. He's got silver fingertips, which I honestly kind of like. No button on his chest, no lighter color or anything, or no deeper detail or anything. He doesn't really have a corpse in there. It's just kind of like a red endoskeleton, or it's like an endoskeleton splattered with blood. You can see like blood around some of the withering and stuff. So he's definitely got a bit of the William stuff going on, but he doesn't seem to actually have any corpse detail inside of him. He's a very kid-friendly censored Springtrap. He does have a big hole in his back, which I assume is where the light was, but the light isn't here. There's this thing, which fits in there, but the light isn't actually there, so I'm not really sure. But, yeah. He's got a ton of little tears in him. The torso is completely hollow, which I honestly think is pretty cool. Head sculpt is definitely a bit goofy. He's got this thick neck here, which Freddy and Bonnie also had. But although I do like his goofy grin. I think that's fun. His ear is one-segmented, which is not something Bonnie had. Not sure where they got that from. The inner part of his ear is silver, and it's got like this little like pattern in there in the middle. I don't know. Sculpt is weird on this guy, but I picked him just because I kind of vibe with him. Like, he's a very funky-looking Springtrap. Like, the gold endo on his feet, too. That's clearly just a coloring error, but, you know, it's kind of neat. I like the bolts on the side there. Yeah, I don't know. This is just a very, very interesting-looking Springtrap figure, and I'm not really sure how to feel about him, besides the fact that, I don't know, I just think he looks kind of neat. I like his little grin. So, yeah, I suppose we should probably take a closer look. So if we take off his mask here, which has no upper teeth, we can see he actually just has an endoskeleton, which is honestly fascinating for a Springtrap figure. And also, his upper teeth are actually on the endo, so he does have them. They're just not on the mask part here, which when you isolate this mask from the rest of the face, it honestly looks pretty dang accurate to Springtrap. Yeah, obviously no William in here. Just got an endoskeleton. Is it the same as Bonnie's No, it is unique. Okay, so he has unique endo. It's different from Bonnie's. It's different from Freddy's, I'm pretty certain. Yeah. So, unique endo for every one of these figures, it seems, which is pretty cool. I don't have Chica, and it doesn't seem like Foxy exists, so maybe I'll get to those if I do another one of these videos. Depends on how this does, but yeah. So, if you don't remember, on these guys, the endo faces do come off, and the eyes pop out, and you can flip them around and stuff and make them pure white if you want, but yeah. I'm wondering if the endo does come off on this guy. It feels like it should. It's just kind of tight. Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay, so yeah, without the endo head, pretty standard. The eyes here do seem like they would fit on the other figures, which is cool. You could interchange the eyes. He's got red eyes, which is accurate specifically to Springtrap and FNAF AR. Not really any other game, though. But I think we should give him some solid white eyes, because I think that'd be pretty cool looking. And I think it might honestly improve the figure a bit. So let's get that going on with him. Let's put on his mask and see how he looks. Yeah, I think that looks better. All right, there. So now let's get Mr. Cupcake opened up. He is pretty clearly based off of the movie adaptation. So yeah, let's just get him ripped open. This one I got because he just looks exactly like the Cupcake. Like, I can't think of a single thing wrong with this figure visually. Like, he definitely feels cheap. Like, he doesn't feel like he's held together very well. Shiny plastic here is a bit weird. Let me smell him. Oh, yep, he stinks. As expected, he smells bad. His mouth opens up, which is a good feature from the movie, but it appears to be based more on FNAF AR. He's got his gold tooth, which is cool. I like that about the FNAF AR design. I'm surprised they even thought about that. The mouth is painted is white, and it's painted with this silver on the top, kind of poorly, honestly. It looks kind of bad there. But yeah, the inside of the mouth is kind of just an Endo 01 mouth, which isn't very accurate, but yup, that's there. The jaw hinge makes his head very, very wobbly, and it doesn't feel like it's secured very well. Inside of his head and his body is completely hollow, it appears. So, yeah. Nothing really too interesting about this guy, though. He's just honestly a really good figure of the Cupcake, visually at least. Now, comparing him to the Funko sculpt of the Cupcake, he obviously has the upper hand because, you know, he's much larger. I do think the eye sizing on the Funko one is much better. And if the Funko one was bigger, it would probably be better than this, although I don't know if Funko would do the mouth hinge. I will compare it to this FNAF movie prop replica Cupcake that I have, which you can compare him right next to the likeness of the original. So, yeah, this is likely what he was mostly based on. So, yeah. This one's better. This one's cheaper. To be honest, I really do think that this is a pretty decent Cupcake plush. Like, not a plush, figure. Very good Cupcake figure. I think there's not really much to really talk about, though, because it is just kind of like, yeah. The sculpt does appear to be original here. I don't see him I'm not sure if he matches any specific fan models. If he does, like, if anybody who, like, prominently animates with FNAF models or anything, or, like, the Gary's mod or stuff, I do Gary's mod sometimes, but, like, people who are more in the know about that stuff, do you, know if this is actually a stolen model, or do you think they sculpted this from scratch? Because I'm honestly not sure. But hey, if he doesn't have lead, that's a stinky Cupcake prop, so cool. I mean, he was around, like, I think I paid, like, $40 for this, but he was also shipped from Mexico, so that makes sense. But, like, I don't know. Not sure if he was really worth $40, because the quality is not that great, but I mean, he looks nice. He's pretty hefty, surprisingly, despite being hollow. Not really sure why he's so heavy, but yeah. All right, now we're on to the last one in the video. Oh my gosh, there's a light going off in there. What do you mean? Turn off. Wait, ow, my eyes. There we go. Vanny, last one for today. Now, this Vanny here, I actually talked about a very long time ago in a very old bootleg video. And I haven't really mentioned her much since because, I don't know. I haven't really had a reason to bring up these security breach ones, but the security breach Mexican bootlegs are the ones that people tend to mention the most because they do look the best, and I 100% agree on that. This Vanny especially looks pretty dang good. Like, I can't really see any issues with it. Ooh, that is... inside that mask, that is terrifying. Now, before we look in depth at this actual Vanny figure, which I do have a lot to say about, we do have Vanessa's head here, which... ooh. Face sculpt is pretty good. Looks very heavily influenced from the game sculpt. They probably did reference this, at least reference it from the in-game model. Doesn't look like they straight up used it because there's a lot of like texture on this and stuff, which was clearly added by them. I do think that the texture on the pink parts is very interesting. It's also on the inside of the ears and stuff. And then the more soft parts of the suit do actually look like fuzziness. Like they somehow sculpted fuzziness onto it, which is pretty cool. Funko's merch kind of attempts that. And I'm kind of glad that Funko's merch doesn't go as hard with it, because I think that this honestly looks better. But yeah, she looks a lot, actually no, not even a bit, a lot fuzzier than she usually would be, but it's not really too big of a deal. Her face sculpt is pretty good. The paint is meh. Eyelash paint is fine. Whiskers are fine. Nose is fine. It's all just fine. There's not really anything too offensive about it. The gray patch on her face does kind of awkwardly cut off when the mask cuts off, though, because this is a feature for some reason. I don't know why they decided to do this, because why? There's no real reason. I feel like the face could have looked better if it was just, you know, normal, but oh well. We got our bow tie here. Her head doesn't even come off. Her head doesn't even come off. What's the point of this? Okay. Yeah, she just she looks fine. I don't really have anything really wrong with her. She looks better than Funko's Vanny, which is such an incredibly low bar, but credit where credit is due. Better than Funko's Vanny. Now, if I move Slinky over here and I grab the original Funko Vanny statue, we can actually directly compare here, and obviously the Funko statue is going to be better. There was nobody was questioning that. Like, this Funko statue looks so much better. And like retail price, obviously to get the Vanny statue nowadays, it's so expensive. But at retail price, or at least at the price that you could find it normally back when the statue was being sold, this figure cost me around like 40 bucks to get here. This statue is 50 bucks, so $10 more, full Vanny, full Vanessa, stupid flower pot. Yeah, it's not articulated, but still. That's a better figure here, and honestly a better deal. Obviously, if you live in Mexico and you can get these locally, this is obviously substantially cheaper in every possible way, so obviously that doesn't really apply to everybody, but you get the picture. I don't think this is better than the Funko statue Vanny, but it is a pretty dang good attempt. Now, in terms of an accurate Vanny figure, this is obviously the winner, although I will say I do think the Funko Snaps Vanny is a much better, like, cheap Vanny figure, because it's, like, it's very accurate, even though it's, like, obviously chibified and stuff, so not really much to talk about there, but I will say I do think this is a better figure overall, and if you can get this one, this is probably, like, your best option for a cheap Vanny figure. But if you're looking for an accurate one, if this thing tests negative, like I said, I will recommend it if it tests negative. And I'd also probably recommend not inhaling the fumes directly. It's probably not good for your lungs. Now, it does appear that I can actually take the eyes out from the inside of the mask, which can leave, like, this weird, like, hollow, creepy look here, which, I don't really like it. It's scary. So, yeah, probably not going to go with that one, but interesting that it's even possible in the first place. I dropped my camera. Also, I think I put the eyes in upside down because they do look like they're looking downward now. Like, if I put them back in that way... yeah, no, they look normal. So I guess if you want Vanny to look downwards, I guess you can do that. But, yeah, I do think this figure looks pretty good. I don't honestly think it's worth the smell, because I really cannot stand these things. Like, as, like, somebody who's, like, very sensitive to strong smells... These things are genuinely an endurance test to be in the same room as, so I kind of hate them, even if they do look pretty cool. So I'm gonna say that the smell does bother me probably a lot more than a normal person would, but it's still stinky, and I feel like anybody would agree with that. Alright, so we've got Vanny here, we've got Springtrap, and we've got Mr. Cupcake. Let's move the camera down a bit. Alright, there we go. So, we're going to be testing all these guys with the lead test that I have left, and conveniently, I have exactly 3 left, and that is enough for exactly 3 figures. So, cool. Alright, so let's start off with the one that I'm pretty much the most confident that'll be safe, is Mr. Cupcake here. So, we'll take our swab right here, and take this a bit, and just put a bit of water on it. And now we just kind of rub it all over this guy and try to get as much of the paint as we can. Get his gold tooth, get his endoskeleton. Yeah, this guy I feel like is probably going to be safe if I had to take a guess. So we will see after he's done curing, obviously. So let's see, let's see this. So going off of the result here, the Cupcake over here seems perfectly lead-free, which I was kind of expecting because he doesn't really have much paint on him to begin with, and yeah, I don't know. He just seems a bit higher quality than the rest of them. I know I was kind of bashing on his quality earlier, but like, he's still like, he's not the worst thing in the world, so I'm not really surprised, but he still does stink, and he still does kind of give me a headache, but oh well. He has no lead in him, and he's probably more safe than one of the Twisted animatronics, or Dreadbear, for example, so cool. I know a lot of people in the comments of the last video were very curious about this one, because they really actually were considering getting this one because of how it looked, and yeah, if you get it, you're probably not going to have many issues unless you're bothered by strong smells, because he does stink, do note that, but he doesn't have lead in him, and he's probably safe to touch with your hands and stuff. Just like, I'd still wash your hands after you touch him, just be safe, but you know. Alright, next up we're going to test out good old Springtrap here. So, let's get this, and see when it achieves the right color. It says mustard yellow, and I'm not even sure what mustard yellow means. But, yeah, that's probably good. Okay, so let's just try all over Springtrap here, getting his endoskeleton and all around his body. He has that weird, like, speckled look that the lead typically has on it, so I'm thinking he's more likely than a lot of other ones. But at the same time, other ones in the same set of him had no lead in them, so I'm not really sure if he's going to be any different from Freddy and Bonnie. But, we will see, I suppose. So, yeah, let's just wait for the result on this thing. So he's seeming around the middle range for the result here. Like, the swab definitely got a bit visibly darker. It's a bit more noticeable in person than it is on camera, but the swab did get a bit visibly darker, but not dark enough? I don't know. You can definitely see the color a bit there, so he might have a bit in him. So going off of that, I don't think he has a lot. He probably doesn't have a very, like, harmful amount, but like I said, like, wash your hands. He's definitely got lead in him, unlike the Freddy and Bonnie that go with him. I assume it has to do with the metallic paint, so yeah. This guy, gonna have to give a big ol' pass on him, because even though I think he looks rather silly, he does contain lead, which is bad, so too bad, Springtrap. Very sorry. So anyway, now that we're done with that guy, we got one more swab to test out, and now that I'm looking at the Cupcake swab again, it is like really getting like no response, and then it's kind of like not focusing there, but like it really got like no response there. So like this cupcake is 100% lead-free. I'm pretty confident on that, because there was absolutely no result. Vanny over here, I'm very iffy on, because she does smell the worst out of all of them, so I'm very iffy on if she'll actually have lead in her or not. She very well could, considering she smells the worst, but we will see. So let's get a bit of water here from the sink. Shake out the excess liquid. And then see if the color looks about right. It's probably fine. Alright, I guess we'll just start going on here. Get these lighter parts that actually have paint on them. Or darker, I guess. The pink parts, the eyes, all the face and everything, the bow tie. Yeah, just get all over this figure, and let's see the result here. So, yeah. And we'll see the result. Alright, based on this result, Vanny also appears pretty safe. Definitely a better result than Springtrap had going on. It's definitely not nearly as dark. It did darken up a bit, but yeah, definitely seems about a lot better than Springtrap's result did. So, to rank them from leadness, he gets the absolute, he's the king of it. This guy gets last place, and Vanny is right in the middle. I'd say Vanny's probably about the same safety as the cupcake, to be honest. I don't really see too big of a difference. The cupcake's obviously lighter, but I don't think there's any too major of a difference in the terms of the amount they have. I would say I recommend Vanny less, though, because she does smell the worst out of all of them, like I've mentioned, which has got to be something. If not lead, it's some other bad chemical that's probably not good for you, so yeah, I don't know. She smells the worst, so I probably still wouldn't recommend her, but I guess she doesn't have lead in her, so that's a cool one. Yeah. What do we learn from this video? My theory from the previous video I did on these figures, it was 100% true. The less rough the paint job is, the less lead they'll have. Because that theory proved perfectly true in this video, because least lead came from the one with a perfectly smooth, almost no paint job, and then the middle ground was one with a moderate amount of paint, and then the most lead was from one with a ton of paint. So you basically get the way to gauge if these things are going to be safe or not now. So I received this package from AliExpress. Now, if you watched my video from a few days ago, you'd remember I talked about some FNAF bootlegs that were very, very accurate to the official Funko figures, and I actually bought them, and now I'm about to see them in person and truly get the idea. Now, this box obviously doesn't give us a very good idea, so let's get this open. Alright, let's get this open, and let's see here. Not looking too shabby here. I had to cut this part out because my face showed in the reflection like 5 billion times. We got these figures here, very, very shiny boxes. Not going to tilt them too far the other way because you'll see my face, but yeah, you can see this Freddy here. I do think he's pretty off color. It'll probably be a lot easier to tell once we actually compare these to the real deals, but let's just take a brief look at this box here. It all looks fairly legit, but you can see they have these stickers on them, which is a pretty dead giveaway. I doubt many places selling these would take these stickers off. It does have a fake copyright, though. It does have a false copyright 2019 Scott Cawthon there. You can see Bonnie here, who is also looking pretty good, I'd say, at least in terms of bootleg standards. I believe the back of this box is identical. You can see Chica here, who is very, very bright yellow, and the cupcake seems very dark, so pretty obvious colored offness there. We can see Golden Freddy here, who can't really pinpoint anything with him at the moment. Foxy's the main one I think I noticed differences with because of how, okay, so the main thing, the giveaway here is that it's very pink rather than tan or, like, I guess, like, skin tone on the lighter parts of Foxy. It's not nearly this pink. This may be actually a more accurate color than the official figure, but that's not what the official figure looks like. I do notice, like, the flaps here on these figures, are very, very loose and very, very crappy. Not gonna hold together too nicely. Because these official figures, let me compare them real quick. Before we get into that, you may have noticed this fella right here. This is my next plush. It's releasing on December 15th, and it's going to be available until January 15th, so a whole month to get it. Stay tuned for that. It's going to be releasing soon. I'm very excited about it. It's got posable ears. You can see they'll stay in place no matter how you pose them. And it also comes with a little friend. You can get the little tortoise, and it has a little Velcro, so you can put the tortoise on it. So, yeah, just want to mention this real quick. This is coming out. I'm announcing it a bit early, but, yeah, stay tuned. Now, although the figures themselves are based on the re-released versions from 2019, as the copyright dates would imply, these actually do have Gen 1 Funko-style boxes, where you can see the plastic overlay over it. So I'll do a little bit of comparison for anyone who doesn't know what I'm talking about. This is a legit Gen 1 Funko Freddy figure. Bit of a dust on it, but this is a legit 2016 release Freddy figure. And this right here is a legit 2019 release. As you can see, it is missing the plastic film over it on the re-release version. And if you're going to buy this in the modern day, this is what the packaging will look like. There will be no plastic film over it. So you can pretty easily tell if it's a bootleg because this has the square sticker, the 2019 copyright, but the figure has the film over it. So that is a dead giveaway that this is fake. Here's a side-by-side comparison between the bootleg on this side and the original on this side. You can tell pretty easily apart. And then, just for comparison, here is a re-release official one next to the bootleg. You can tell the bootleg doesn't quite get the difference between the two packagings and kind of blends them together, which makes it pretty obvious that it's fake. Also, don't even have to open it yet, but you can tell the colors are very, very off on this bootleg. That is not even close to the Funko one. And I suppose now that you guys know all the differences to spot between the packaging, let's actually get these things open.
Slinky and Turtle have a very important message for you guys, that there is going to be brand new merchandise.
I'd say I want to start with Foxy, because his box is in absolutely terrible condition, so probably worth opening him first, so let's just peel that off. Look how easily that came off. An official figure would never be like this. This is pathetic glue here. Super cheap feeling. This box is garbage. Another thing to note between the actual like official Gen 1 boxes, you can see the cardboard on this fake one is a lot more shiny and glossy. See how this one doesn't really reflect light as much, and this one absolutely does. This very cheap, glossy, crappy cardboard. The original one has a very matte finish on both releases, so keep that in mind. So you can see here, now that we've just got this plastic piece, he slides out like this. You got the little protective film, which I haven't taken any of these off in years since Funko discontinued them in their newer waves. They stopped it, I believe they stopped doing this in the glow-in-the-dark Pizzeria Simulator wave, and then from that point onward, they never did this little protector thing over it, which I think makes them look nicer in the box. Like, if you're an in-box collector, it's definitely nicer to see the figure, but at the same time, this just looks very high-end. And it makes the figures look a bit cheaper, but I get it. It's less plastic. It's probably better for the environment or something like that. But here we got Foxy here. He is definitely looking a bit off. We actually have an official Foxy over here, who's sitting in that cup. You can see immediately there's some differences, but let's get him out and review him on his own before we do any comparisons. One thing I do notice, no zip ties. He just fell out. No zip ties on this character. Why did I say character? No zip ties on this figure. I don't know why. Probably just to cheapen the packaging, because Funko figures will always 100% of the time have zip ties on them. That has never not been a thing. So, yeah, that's something to keep in mind. Let's get this plastic out of here and take a look at the actual figure. So here we've got a off-brand Foxy. Terrible neck joint. Like, actually atrocious neck joint. Look at that. That is garbage. It's like, it's not even secure. That's trash. This thing feels like garbage immediately. Yeah, this feels like trash. Very wobbly hand here. It does articulate all right, though. You can move his arms and his legs. His legs seem pretty secure. Paint job isn't bad. I'd actually say his paint job is pretty on par with an official Funko figure, although the plastic is clearly very glossy and crappy looking. Yeah, this is definitely very obvious that he's not real. You can also see a ton of pink bleeding onto his teeth there. An official figure would never have this kind of quality issues, at least not from my knowledge. I guess one positive to these bootlegs is, no real stench. Definitely smells like a cheaper plastic. It smells pretty crappy, but it's not like putrid. Like, there's been some stinky bootlegs I've worked with before. This smells relatively normal. It still smells like cheap plastic, but it doesn't smell like, you know, terrible. It's obviously not using the vinyl that Funko's known for, because that's one thing I'll always give Funko, is in terms of quality, they use really, really nice vinyl, and that is just like their best quality, I'd say, as a toy company. Now, this figure is obviously trying to emulate not the original 2016 version right here. If you're wondering why his arm isn't there, the joint has gotten so worn that it just does not go in anymore. Like, his arm, I've tried to snap it back on, it just doesn't work. So yeah, that's a problem. But yeah, this Foxy here, this is not based on the original 2016 release. It is actually based on the re-release version, which is right here. This is a real one, there's a fake one. You tell the difference here. But you can see here, definitely based on this version, which this is the real one, this is the fake one. You can see fake one has a much glossier looking plastic. The real one is much less saturated looking, much less pink on the body parts. You can see the lighter color on this one is very, very pink. The pants are very saturated. Just generally worse colors. Like the silver on the legs is also much cheaper looking. Like, I don't know, the Funko one just used a very nice looking metal plastic. This one that looks like garbage. And also, the official one, unless you obviously, there are Foxy figures, like this one, you can see his neck wobbles a little bit, but it shouldn't, like, this is a newer Foxy figure right here, like, I think this is the most recent re-release of them. His neck is pretty secure. This one right here, that's just not even acceptable. So yeah, best positive I can give is at least he's not falling apart. Like, I'd say in terms of joint stuff, he's definitely, like, he has stronger joints than the original 2016 one, which is really funny, but still, definitely way worse. You can also see the hook comparison here. The bootleg has it back. Okay, my recording stopped for some reason, but you could see his hook here is backwards, which I thought, I wasn't 100% sure, but it looked wrong. Yeah, his hook on this one, the bootleg, is backwards for some reason. Yeah. Very crappy metal color too. Like, this looks kind of like the metal color on the bootleg here looks very bad compared to this nice metal paint that they used on the Funko one. Yeah, the Funko one just has way better quality. Also, this neck joint, obviously, biggest complaint here. So let's set this Foxy right over there, and let me grab another one. Let's see here. Eeny, meeny, miny, we got Chica. Okay. Let's see how easily this opens. I'm not even kidding. That wasn't scripted. I wasn't expecting it to open that easily. I'm actually kind of baffled. It's like barely on there. That just comes right off. Okay, well, that is definitely a big giveaway, because, like, you can see it. I'm pushing down all the way on this sealed one. It's not even coming close. I literally just pushed down on the plastic and it popped right off. This is, like, some of the cheapest packaging I've ever seen. So, already better than Foxy. Both in terms of paint. Although I don't like how there's no black paint inside her mouth, so she just kind of, that looks kind of weird. Also, she has their orange eyes, which was a thing on the original figure, so you can't even say these bootlegs, like, do anything more accurate, because they don't even, like, attempt to change the colors or anything, which makes sense. They're trying to convince you they're real, but I don't know. If you're gonna make cheap bootlegs, at least, like, try to give them more accurate paint or something, so, like, people have an incentive to buy it even if they know it's fake. That's just good marketing as a bootlegger. This is bad marketing as a bootlegger. I don't know what this is. kind of nice metallic paint. Very, very glossy legs. Definitely just like glossy plastic overall, not what the original figure looked like. But, you know, all things considered, I think the joints on this one are pretty tight. They're not that bad. Again, very loose neck, but it's not nearly as bad as Foxy, who is literally like a maraca. This is like, mildly acceptable. It looks all right. It doesn't feel completely garbage like Foxy did. Like, this Foxy figure, that feels terrible to handle. This is just kind of, eh. Alright, so we got fake Chica here. Here we got original 2016 Chica, who definitely looks much better. You can see the original has very clean paint, even has dirt washing to make it look more, like, convincing. This one has none of that. It's just flat, bright yellow. See her hair obviously isn't warped. Paint on her face is very well done. You can see her bib. Just has a lot more confetti and stuff, and it's more well-centered. Yeah, this one's pretty easy to tell. This is way too bright to be the original Chica. I will say, I think it's a bit more based on the original, though, because comparing it to the re-release one, definitely doesn't have as much eyeshadow, and the re-release one also has slightly bigger pupils, so I think that this is definitely based on the original 2016 release, even though Foxy was based on the re-release. This is a big mishmash wave of bootlegs, but yeah, I think it looks kind of, you know, it looks slightly worse than the re-release one, but I don't think the re-release Chica looks very good. Like, this is the re-release Chica, the official one, and this is the 2016 one. I think this one just looks way better, but I don't know. Definitely a downgrade. Not as bad as Foxy, though. The black being missing inside the mouth is definitely the biggest thing, and also the warping on the hair, but yeah. And now we can compare Mr. Cupcake, who, you can see we've got this bootleg one over here. He is just, like, almost red. He has orange on top of his candle instead of yellow. This is very hard to mistake for the real one. The colors are just all off. And if we want to compare him to the re-release version of the Cupcake, again, doesn't really look like that one either. I'm not really sure what happened with the colors on this guy, but he sure does look off. Yeah, no, he looks very off there. But yeah, Chica, I give this one a better ranking than Foxy. Another thing about this bootleg Chica that I think might actually make it doesn't make it better than the real one, but it is something that is better about it. And it's that it actually has glossiness on the lower parts of her legs. Like, the chicken feet in the game are very, very shiny in FNAF 1, and the Funko one has always had a very matte finish on that part, which I never really liked. I think it looks a bit better on this one, honestly. I think the legs look a bit better, but literally everything else is worse, so. Alright, now let's take a look at Bonnie here, who, oh, yeah, that's already just, like, completely off. Yeah, open up. Alright, that is way too easy to open, but yeah, you can see here, Bonnie here. He's actually probably one of the most convincing looking ones I've seen, but, well, I guess we'll get that out and see what he looks like. You got Springtrap's leg here, and we got Bonnie's guitar here, which I'll pop out like that. There we go. His eyes are also very blue, which I do not believe the real one had. The real one, I'm pretty sure his eyes are purple. We'll do the side-by-side comparison, but yeah. You can see his teeth there have very weak paint on them. I actually don't think the ones in the back are even painted. Okay, they are, but they're very, very dark. Yeah, not very strong white paint on the teeth there. Yeah, you can see his bow tie bow tie looks fine. Very, very dark color for his lighter shade, though. Definitely not very accurate. I'd say this is definitely based more on the original release than the re-release, in terms of colors, but we'll compare these. Alright, so here we got the bootleg Bonnie, and then here we've got the official 2016 Bonnie. So, you can see here, 2016 Bonnie, it seems like his mouth is actually open a bit more. Yeah, definitely, his jaw's open more. That's interesting. But you can see his teeth are much more prominent, much more purpley shades here on the real one. He's got a much of a darker, more muted purple for his base color, and then he's got much of a brighter, like, grayish purple. This one has more of a bluish gray for his lighter shade. and it's not very accurate. You can see the eyes here, very distinctly purple eyes, not blue for some reason. Also, this one has plenty of dirt washing and stuff to make him look more real. Obviously, the tail, Bootleg doesn't have a tail, 0 out of 10. But yeah, this one's pretty easy to tell. I wouldn't say this Bootleg is too it's pretty convincing if you don't know what you're looking for, but yeah, just know these few things. Bootleg seems to have bigger blue eyes, his jaw's not open as much, and his colors are very off. So yeah, this is a real one, this is a Bootleg one, pretty easy to tell. And we can compare this Bonnie here, this Bootleg, to the re-release Bonnie. You can see the re-release Bonnie is a bit closer, I'd say, but not by much. You can see the re-release one still has a much nicer paint job and stuff. He's a very bright shade of purple. The re-release Bonnie, they went for a much brighter color palette with him overall. But yeah, you can definitely tell this one is just off color all around when you compare him to either version. And his paint is a lot more sloppy and crappy looking. So, pretty easy there. Also, the tail. And then let's compare some guitars. Here we got the original 2016 guitar, which does look pretty good here, I think. It's got this nice glossy sheen. We got the Bootleg here, which looks very flat, very muted, crappy looking red. I don't know why the red is so faded on this Bootleg here, but yeah. Bootleg has a very, very faded guitar, so that's a pretty easy thing to tell. Then we can compare it to the re-release guitar, which looks like this. And the re-release guitar isn't much different, although the re-release guitar has a bit of a texture on it. But either way, this Bootleg doesn't match either of them. Easy to tell. Alright, now that we've got crappy Bonnie out of the way, let's put his guitar here. Alright, now let's get Golden Freddy. I'll save Freddy for last. How about that? So let's get Golden Freddy open. Again, comes right off, barely even secured on there. We can open him up. And let's see this figure. So, comes right out of the packaging. Now, at least they're easy to open. You know, figures are usually very, like, I usually speed up the opening process, but these things are just so poorly secured into their packaging that I can just rip them out. No effort. Okay, well, with this guy, I can immediately tell he's fake. He's way too shiny, and something is just off about his head. His ears are basically sticking straight out to the side, and they're way too big there. Yeah, big ears. I think his ears are, like, much larger than how the official one would look. I'll do the comparison, obviously, but see, his mouth also looks a bit more clenched shut than the normal will usually be. He's way too shiny. Just like there. Oh, I didn't even think to look at the copyright. Okay, the copyrights on these things say 2016. Where if you have a legit re-release, we'll compare it to Bonnie. Start off here. The legit re-releases say, okay, this one says 2022. Look at an older re-release. This one says, come on, it's not focusing. It says 2016. Wait, does it say 2016? It does. Okay, so I guess they didn't update the molds, so I guess the copyright date shouldn't even matter. Scratch everything I just said there. Also, if anybody's saying, oh, maybe this guy's a bootleg because he has the 2016 on his foot. This is not a bootleg. I got this literally from Funko.com. You cannot get more official than that. But yeah, this Golden Freddy here, he looks very off face-wise. Something's just off about his face. I don't know what it is, but I can't pinpoint it exactly. I know the ears are off. I don't know. Something's off about his face, though. Yeah, maybe it's just the plastic being a bit warped, but yeah, very loose wrists. He holds his microphone about as well as the real one, though. The real Freddys can never hold their microphones well. But yeah, this guy definitely feels and looks pretty cheap, very wobbly. Not too wobbly, but yeah, neck is about as secure as Bonnie's. And to compare this bootleg Golden Freddy right here to the official 2016 version, there's really no contest. His weird deformed face, his ears are definitely... I think his ears are about the same size. I think it's his head that's too small. Like, his head is just slightly smaller, but yeah. Off color, crappy paint around the eyes. You can see this one is much more black. He's a much more vibrant yellow. This original Golden Freddy is one of my favorite Funko figures. He just has great colors. He looks very good. I think he looks better than the original Freddy, to be honest. But yeah, this bootleg here, very obviously fake looking. Doesn't look too good. Also, the original here My camera keeps stopping its recordings early for some reason. What I was trying to say is that the real one does not have a lighter color on the bottom of his feet, but this bootleg does, so that's a pretty easy giveaway, but also the shade of yellow and the head shape is just very different. We can compare the bootleg to the re-release Golden Freddy right here. You can see the color is a bit closer, definitely more based on the re-release, but you can see the head shape is just too off on the bootleg to be ignored. Very glossy, definitely still a worse shade of yellow. Yeah, this one's pretty easy. I don't like this one. This might be my least favorite so far. At least the other ones had effort. Like, Foxy takes effort to copy, Bonnie takes effort, Chica takes effort. This one just sucks. They have no excuse. This is the simplest figure in the wave, and they somehow messed it up. And then, obviously, the dirt washing on the re-release and the original is obviously very prominent, and on this bootleg, it's not there at all, so easy giveaway. Look for dirt washing. Okay, I figured out the problem. I ran out of storage, but it was too late because I had already started opening Freddy. I was gonna congratulate the bootleggers for actually making this one packaged, because this one was actually, I see the box is actually ripped. I actually had to tear this one open, which means they actually packaged it properly. So, I guess I can't congratulate them on that anymore. Get Freddy out of here, I guess. Really bummed out about this information. Alright, so we can see this Freddy here. Very, very light color on the lighter shades, and then very, very chocolatey brown, which is not very accurate to how the real figure looks. It actually looks very close to his Help Wanted colors, although I'd say they're probably a lot more saturated here than they are in that game. Yeah, same deal as Golden Freddy. Head mold is too small, but it is probably exactly the same. Actually, let me see. Yeah, I'm pretty sure these head molds are identical. They didn't use different ones, which I don't know why they would, but you know. Bit of an off Freddy head sculpt, which is weird, because of all the characters that you could have the head sculpt be off on, Freddy? Are you kidding me? So here we can see him compared side by side to a legit Freddy from 2016, and it's not even close. It's not even, the colors are better on this one. The paint is better. There's nothing this bootleg does good. Like, genuinely, I think this Freddy is the worst one. I saved worst for last because this one sucks. This is actually trash. Because at least these other ones, they're kind of convincing. This one couldn't even bother to get the colors remotely close. This just looks nothing like the real deal. It's kind of comical how crappy this Freddy looks. Like, he doesn't look real at all. This sucks. You can also see the bottom part of his foot is straight up just, like, falling off there. This just not staying on. The official one expectedly does not do that, if my camera will focus, yeah. Not sure what's happening there, but yeah, this is crappy. And now, I almost forgot. I was going to do Springtrap, but I forgot. I didn't compare it to the re-release version. Here's him next to a re-release Freddy. A re-release Freddy is definitely not as good as the official, like the original 2016 one. Not that this one isn't official, but this is the OG Freddy figure. This is the re-release version. I don't like the re-release one as much. Kind of weaker colors. It's got weaker colors, got weaker paint. Not as good. But still, no comparison between this bootleg and the re-release even. Because I don't even like the re-release Freddy that much. I think this is very inferior. But it's nothing compared to this thing. Like, this thing is just, it's not comparable to these real ones. Like, it's just, this one's, is even, like, to an extreme degree, this one's not comparable. But anyway, now let's move on to Springtrap. So let's see how well these joints snap in. So let's get the leg on. Alright, went in pretty well. It's other leg. Now let's get his arm. Let's get this, it's the wrong orientation. There we go. Now let's get his other arm. Come on. There we go. Okay. Now, being honest, this kind of holds together pretty well. I'm actually surprised. I wasn't expecting it, especially considering the original Funko release of Springtrap barely could hold itself together. This did a pretty good job. This is holding up pretty well, I'd say. Obviously wobbly neck, but literally every single one of these has that, so I can't even hold it against him specifically. It's just a problem with all of them. But yeah, pretty nice colors, other than the lighter shade here sucks, the eyelids suck, the nose sucks. Other than that, I'd say the colors are pretty accurate. They got pretty much the right shade of green for the actual plastic base, which is good. The other arm moves with that. I guess there's a loose joint in there. Because I know there's like an inner frame for these that holds them all together. So I'm assuming that they just kind of didn't hold it together well, or they didn't like put this thing together properly in the factory, so the middle piece of his arm is just loose. But yeah, obviously poor quality control, they're bootlegs, but I don't think this is too bad. I mean, for the detail all being there is impressive on its own for a bootleg like this. Like, I would have expected most of his paint detail to be missing, but they did the impossible. Alright, so let's compare this bootleg Springtrap to a 2016 Springtrap. I dropped his arm. Where's his arm? I found it. Okay. Hold on. This old Springtrap figure is so delicate, it's not even funny. Okay. Original Springtrap here. We got bootleg Springtrap here. As you can see, the bootleg one, very off-looking face there. I don't think it's very based on the original, though. It definitely looks more like the re-release, so I'm going to compare it to that. Because this guy's old. The original Springtrap figures, if anyone knows anything about them, their arms do not like to stay on. That is a big issue that they did correct with the re-release version, which this is the re-release Springtrap from Funko, and I think this is probably one of their best action figures. He just, obviously, his arms don't stay on perfectly, but he holds himself together pretty well. I could shake him around and his limbs won't fly off. His neck is very secure, his legs are very secure, his paint is very good. I love this figure. So, what do I think about this bootleg of him? It's impressive that the bootleg is as accurate as it is, but it's just like, the silver nose is stupid. It looks stupid and it genuinely throws off the whole figure. Also, the way his eyes look, I'm not sure exactly what the full extent of what's wrong with his eyes, but they look off. I also think his head is a bit smaller, not noticeably so, but a little bit smaller. You can also see he's not as vibrant of a yellow, which I guess you could say is a better thing about this one, because this one's a bit bright. This is a bit of a bright Springtrap figure, but I don't mind it that much, because the brightness of the plastic and the less dirt washing on the re-release Springtrap lended them plenty of room to make these, like, actual holes in him painted very well. Ignore his arm that fell off, but, yeah, I really like this figure right here. This bootleg of him is, it's like, okay, it's fine, you know? This will get the job done. If you're trying to get a cheap Springtrap, I guess this is an okay way to get him, because it's alright. Like, okay, I think the big thing, they have this nice black metallic for the silver parts of Springtrap on the original, which I really love. This re-release has this crappy gray. Also, his guts are very pinkish, I noticed, which is peculiar, but yeah. Would I say it's better? Absolutely not. Would I say it's on par? Absolutely not. Would I say it's an okay substitute? Springtrap is the only one I'll say is an okay substitute, because this guy's pretty expensive, but for all the other ones, they're kind of garbage. This one, maybe. It might be worth it for him if you just want a cheap Springtrap, because I think this was like $45 for all these, which is much cheaper than getting a full Wave 1 set. So, I guess for that, it's alright, but yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't recommend these too much. So, to look at the aftermath of this whole thing. All of my Wave 1 figures, original and re-release, just laying out here. Freddy and original Freddy and re-release Freddy over here. Then we got, okay, so if I had to rank these, I'd say the best one is probably Springtrap, just because, you know, he gets the job done well enough. I think he's good for what he is. I'd say he's the best one. Then the second best, I'm probably gonna have to say Chica, then Bonnie, then Foxy, then Golden Freddy, and then Freddy. Freddy's the worst. Freddy sucks. Don't buy this Freddy bootleg in particular. I hate this guy in particular, by the way. The other ones, I don't even know. I don't even know what this video is about. I just wanted to look at these bootlegs and I thought they were interesting. And they are interesting. You should keep an eye out for them, because they're probably going to keep popping up. So, yeah. And if this video does well enough, maybe I'll look at some bootlegs of the second wave or the sister location wave, because I know those exist and they're also pretty accurate. And yeah, bootleggers are getting pretty good. They're getting pretty good at tricking you. They're not going to give you a satisfactory product, but they are going to trick you better. So I think I'm going to keep making these videos just so people have a good point of reference to compare them to the originals, because I think that's important. Because if you're trying to get authentic merch and there's bootlegs that look this close to the originals, especially on listings, obviously online looking at a picture, it's a lot easier to, or a lot harder to tell that they're fake. So it's important for things like this to exist. So anyway, hope my incoherent ramblings were enough for you. Yeah, I'd say be cautious of these. If you're seeking them out, they're probably gonna be fine. But at the same time, you might as well just go to Five Below and buy the tie-dye figures and then repaint them, because that'd probably be cheaper. But yeah, these are not too good. I keep doing these bootleg FNAF videos on very specific topics, like the Lego ones or the Mexican ones filled with lead. This guy contains hazardous amounts of lead. If consumed, it could kill me. But it's been a really, really long time since I've just gone back to the basics and done a video on just what's been going on with FNAF bootlegs. Because obviously, the ones from these very specific manufacturers in Mexico, or these Lego ones, are a very, very small fraction of what's actually being made out there. China has been up to some crazy stuff with FNAF bootlegs, and I want to talk about what's been going on. And there's also been some awesome stuff on the wondrous world of Amazon. Except this is an official product, so it doesn't count. And I think that'd be a great place to start for this video. What new FNAF bootlegs can you buy on Amazon, the biggest online marketplace in the world? Five Nights at Freddy's plush, 14-inch Freddy Mommy plush with Pocket Baby plush horror game stuffed animal plush for boys, girls, by Erdic. 100 plus bought in the past month, 27% off, unique mother and child plush design. So, you know, Freddy is a mommy. We're pretty proud of him, you know, good for him. Really glad he's found his passion in life. This plush here features this Freddy plush, which seems to be heavily based off of the official Franco Freddy plush pillow, which would make a lot of sense since that's a very recent and very popular Freddy plush. The Chica he has seems to be based on the Chica U2's plush, but they changed the eyes to look more normal. And I would say they changed it for legal reasons, but this next one would say otherwise. So as you can see, this is the same Freddy plush with a very, very U2's looking Chica. As well as this Foxy that seems to rip directly from the Funko keychain of him. And the deal with this one seems to be it's just a bit of a smaller Freddy and 2 extra characters, and then it doesn't have his little satchel that he keeps Chica in the other plush. Now, I did buy this plush, and I will be reviewing it at the end of this video, or maybe sooner, I don't know. But stay tuned for that if you want to see me look at this thing in person and see if it actually looks like this. Another trend I've been seeing on Amazon are these neon lights, these very cheaply made neon light decorations that they seem to be selling all across the board. I'm not sure where these are, like, of origin. They might be from the US, if anything, but they're very cheaply made bootleg LED light signs. You can see this Freddy one here, and it doesn't look that bad, but the designs of these vary greatly in quality. Because we could see here, we got this Foxy here, which is based on that old How to Draw Foxy thing, if anyone remembers that, or like the coloring pages. This art has been used everywhere. I don't even know where it's originally from. And we got this awesome Bonnie here, who, it's like accurate, but something's off. I think his eyes are just too high up or something. Then we got this Freddy, who is weirdly traced from the Help Wanted 1 box art. I'm not sure why they made this one, because the other one just looks way better. We got this Monty one, which is actually really good. This is actually really cool looking. I don't know if it's going to look that good in person, but from what I'm seeing here, this is pretty cool. This FNAF movie one, which looks somehow worse than the actual one. We've got this Glamrock Bonnie one, who is just as good as the Monty one. This Puppet one, who also looks pretty spectacular. I like it. Then we got this Chica one, who has a surprising amount of detail. Cupcake here, another Cupcake with his eyes far apart. And we got this other Roxy, which also looks pretty cool. This Sun, which, this Bonnie, which looks terrifying. And then a pink version where his ears are closer together for some reason. This is like a new character. I don't even know who this is, but a lot of merch tends to make a pink Bonnie. I don't know where this comes from. We got this one based on the Funko Snaps Bonnie figure, which just looks beautiful. This is just exactly what everybody thinks of when they think of Toy Bonnie. And then to add to this one, we've also got this. Okay, so this one's based on the Funko Snaps Glamrock Freddy. His hat looks like just like a brick, and he's got it's completely asymmetrical. This looks like this is the most like poorly traced thing I've ever seen. What happened to it? It's just like his teeth are just little lines. I don't even know what's happening. He doesn't have a nose. He has like a dent in his snout where his nose should be. I'm just like very confused by this one. I don't know what they were trying to do here, but it didn't quite go out how they planned. And then we got this other one here, which isn't as bad, but it's also like missing his ears and his hat and his nose again. So I don't really know if I can call it good. I can just say it looks a bit better than the last one. Then we got Chica. That's just Chica there. Nothing to note about this one. And this is Circus Baby. Looks just like her. Nothing wrong with it. We got Ballora here too. I don't know why they keep skipping their noses. There's a big trend here where they just don't have noses. This Blacklight Freddy here. Everybody's favorite classic character. Everyone's gonna buy it. This Let's Eat one is actually really cool. I might honestly consider buying this. And just seeing how these are. And if I did buy any of them to test it out, I'd probably go for this one, because this one's pretty cool. Yeah, moving on from these ones. So I may or may not have had this video idea in October originally, but yeah, so we got a bunch of bootleg FNAF Halloween costumes. So if you want to dress up for these for Halloween, too late, but maybe next year. Now, if you've ever shopped for Halloween costumes online, I'm sure you've come across these really cheap bodysuits where they include this crappy little mask that's just a printed out piece of foam. They're very, very common. And FNAF has gotten so many of them of literally anything you could imagine. And weirdly, lots of them are based on Funko figures, like this one of Chocolate Chica, which is a classic character. All the kids always want to dress up as Chocolate Chica every year. This costume's always sold out. It's crazy. It's crazy how popular Chocolate Chica is, especially because she's from the most popular FNAF game. And we got other Funko-related goodness here, like this awesome tie-dye Foxy here, who has some very, very small ears. I'm not really sure why they're so small, but they sure are. Also, it's funny how this definitely has better colors than the actual figure in person. We got this one based on the Rockstar Freddy action figure, but they clearly edited it a ton. I don't know why. Like, he has the big red kneecaps and the like, he's clearly Rockstar Freddy as the face, but then he's got these tiny little ears. He's got red eyes, like glowing red eyes. I don't know if they were trying to mimic the movie or what. He clearly has a FNAF 1 Freddy body, but then he has the giant knee pads still. Like, this face is ridiculous looking. Like, I kind of love this mask for how it looks, even though it's stupid looking. It looks dumb. We got this Withered Foxy, who I wanted to mention just because I think he looks very amusing. Primarily the ears. I know it's nothing original, but I just want to show another example. These funny, tiny little ears they always give these masks. And then we got this Freddy here, who I've scoured the web. I don't know where they got this art of Freddy from. It's, like, very, like, weird and realistic looking. It's not bad, it's just like, where did they get this? What did they possibly steal from to, like, get this weird-looking Freddy. It looks like one of those, like, fake movie trailer videos, so maybe it's ripped from one of those? Okay, apparently I was right on that thought. I came up with that thought on the spot while I was recording, but I decided to actually search up FNAF, like, movie trailer, like, fake stuff, and it's from that Slurp YouTube channel, which I actually plan on talking about in a future video, so I'm not going to talk too much about them, but I did find the Freddy image. Again, reverse image searching didn't come up with anything though, so I still don't know where they got this, but it is right next to some AI generated stuff, although I don't think it is AI generated, because this channel's also known for stealing fan art, so it also doesn't really look AI generated, so I'm gonna go with the fact that this is just something they stole from somewhere. I'm not sure where he is. I found another angle of the model, which is another thing, he's definitely not AI. But very interesting little thing here. I don't know what this Freddy model's from. I don't know why these bootleggers found it, too. And speaking of bootleggers stealing random fan art, here's this Moon thing that I found, where this costume of Moon, it stole from this really, really random looking piece of fan art that is also right next to it. I assume it's based on this specific piece of fan art. It's a little different, but it's clearly, like, based on it. I don't know why they based it on this, like, very specific, clearly fan-made art of Sun and Moon, or just Moon, I guess, but I don't know. Very, very weird, but there's also a Moon mask that goes with it, or Sun mask. This character is so confusing to talk about. It's hard as a dyslexic person. Anyway, yeah, this is a cool little sun mask here. Very, very stylized face. I don't even know what's going on with it, to be honest. I don't know what's going on here. I tried to find the original artist, as I always do, and as Google always does, gave me only AliExpress results, so yeah, I could not figure out where this art was originally from, so if you know, please let me know. But we got this amazing little listing here, where, you can see Nightmare Fredbear, Nightmare Foxy, and then Cuddle Team Leader, Panda Team Leader, and Fireworks Team Leader. All the classic Five Nights at Freddy's characters here. I genuinely think these bootleggers just did not know that these were from Fortnite and not Five Nights at Freddy's, but it's just really funny to me. Also, this Cuddle Team Leader mask is, it's terrifying. If you guys didn't know, I am quite the Cuddle Team Leader fan. And you know, to cap off all this costume stuff, I think it'd be a great time to talk about this thing. Now, I did show this earlier in the video, but I didn't really explain it. Yeah, this is a costume that you wear. Now, sadly, it is not actually fully stuffed, it is inflatable, but it's still very, very good looking. I could see this being an official mascot at an event or something, and I would fully believe it, because it looks pretty good from these images. And it was only about $150 on AliExpress, which makes me very curious on what the actual quality would be once you receive it in the mail. But I wasn't about to find that out because I put it in my cart and apparently the shipping is pretty expensive. So, yeah, 100,000 views and I'll buy it. Alright, so now I'm going to talk about something that I'm going to review in the next video, but not in this video. Mainly because AliExpress takes a very long time to ship. And I think this deserves its own video on its own, but there's some very convincing FNAF bootlegs going out right now, and I think it's very intriguing. See this image right here? These are all fake. Up close, it's not that hard to tell, but from a distance, it's gotta be very easy to be fooled by these. Like, look at this in-person image of them. This is pretty dang close. It's actually kind of scary how accurate these Funko bootlegs are. And I was so intrigued by these that I did actually purchase them, so I will be reviewing these and comparing them to the real deals pretty soon, so stay tuned for that. AKA, like and subscribe. That's what I mean by stay tuned. Like and subscribe and hit the bell so you know. And while I'm pretty confident that these are fake, there's some other AliExpress listings that I'm not so sure about. I found this listing for some of the Funko Pop keychains, and looking at review images, it looks pretty much indistinguishable from the real thing, so I did buy a few of these to compare them to the real ones to kind of see if these are actually like overstocked from the factories, or if they just kind of made really accurate bootlegs of these really specific keychains. But considering all of these keychains are either newly released or have been re-released recently and are from waves that didn't sell too well, besides Rockstar Freddy, I think it might be pretty likely that these are legit. Overstock of legit products being resold on places like AliExpress is an extremely common tactic, especially from toy companies like this who overproduce a ton. And you know, all things considered, reselling it on a site like this is much better than, you know, throwing it in a landfill or something. And I also saw something similar going on with this listing of the Pint-Size Heroes FNAF Advent Calendar, which these are very specific figures that must have just been overproduced a bit. I think it's pretty likely that these are actually real, considering I don't think this advent calendar sold all too well. I definitely saw a lot more people with the one they made the year after, which was the Funko Pop one. This one's just way cooler. But I just find it very interesting. Although these FNAF 1 action figures I'm pretty confident are fake, but we will compare them in a few weeks. And the original action figures aren't the only victim of these very convincing Funko bootlegs, so we also got these Funko Snaps bootlegs that have been going around, which, all things considered, do look pretty obviously fake, but they're still definitely worth mentioning and being weary about. But these ones seem to be prone to some pretty obvious paint errors, like you can see Vanny's mouth isn't painted on the inside, or Shattered Monty's teeth being black for some reason, this red strap around Freddy's microphone, and just generally, these are very shiny and greasy looking. There's also some pretty convincing looking bootlegs of the Funko Plush keychains of all things, but to be fair, these are pretty obvious. You can tell they're fake because they look much cheaper than the real ones. And these are probably an okay alternative considering how hard the originals are to find nowadays. And to cap off this section about convincing looking bootlegs, I do think that these U2's ones are pretty convincing. However, it's pretty much just the product images, because I guarantee if you got these in person, they would not look this good. They'd be vacuum sealed and wrinkly and ugly. Also, if you're gonna find legit U2's, I think there's a pretty obvious website to go to. But anyway, yeah, let's move on from this topic. So, as everybody knows, U2's did their FNAF figures and their FNAF plushies in completely different art styles. The figures are much more accurate to the game appearances, and the plushies are very, very stylized. Well, these next bootlegs we're looking at give us a glimpse into what it would be like if U2's did their plushies and their figures in the same style. So here we got this Freddy U2's plush, which is obviously bootlegged, but it's styled after the figure rather than the actual Freddy plush they made, which I think is very peculiar. Why the bootleggers would go with this despite it being 10 times more complicated, I'm not really sure. There's also a Bonnie one, a Chica one, and a Foxy one, and I think Foxy might have forgotten his pants today. Someone should probably tell him about that. Chica's bib also happens to say licked cat. I'm not sure how you pronounce that first word, but I don't think that's what Chica's bib typically says. At least it's better than Q. But at least Freddy's makes sense. He has an F for Freddy, obviously. But what could the H stand for? Hook? And we finally have our answer that Pink Bonnie's name starts with a T. I think his name is Talbert, personally. And we also got this cool purple skeleton Freddy. This is the most badass thing I've ever seen. This is a cool Fortnite skin variant. We got these awesome Freddy slippers, which look absolutely stunning. You would look awesome in these. Anybody could look awesome in these. We got these plushies based on some of the mascots from Ruin that you can't even see unless you go into debug mode, which I think is really funny. These are like nothing characters. Nobody even knows who these are, but they got bootlegs somehow. And these are quite beautiful specimens right here. I believe these are based on the Disney Tsum Tsums, I think they're called, but yeah, they sure didn't capture the art style very well, and I kind of love it. These things are beautiful in a way. A few months back, there were some official FNAF bear bricks, which I did buy, and I think these things are kind of ugly, but they're cool, and I guess it makes sense because Freddy is an actual bear. But screw it, the bootleggers turned every character into a bear. This Mexican bootleg Springtrap is pretty funny looking, but he's also a pretty standard procedure, so I wouldn't usually talk about him, but I thought it was funny how they just made him orange for some reason. Are they trying to look like the Toy Fair prototype? We got this figure of the Yellow Rabbit from the FNAF movie, but let me shake it up a bit. Here's a plush of him, and this thing's kind of awesome. I think if Funko made it, it would look just like this. Now we got some more pretty standard stuff. Here we got some listings for some Fanverse bootlegs with a Springtrap plush, which there's gotta be something up with this if I'm talking about it. So here we got Candy, whose name is Tanguo Mao. We got Springtrap, who is 2Z.
We got Juan. I mean, that might as well be Juan. Who the hell is Blake the Badger? And then we got Huang Shu Lang. Now, something tells me that's not Huang Shu Lang, and that they might have gotten the names for these listings mixed up. Now, before this video gets too long, I think it's about time we get into some physical reviews of these bootlegs, because we all know I love reviewing things in person, especially Mexican bootlegs that smell awful and I don't want to touch with my bare hands. Honorable mention to the Springtrap mask, by the way. This actually looks pretty good, so yeah, shout out to this bootleg.
Slinky and Turtle have a very important message for you guys, that there is going to be brand new merchandise.
Okay, I got, this thing here. Now, as you can see here, it says Horror Bear Mommy Plush Baby Animal Plush for boys and girls. So that means this is exactly what I said I was going to review earlier in the video. Like, actually listen to this thing. Alright, ripped it open. Let's see here. Alright, I opened it. I have not seen the other side, so... Oh dear. Alright. Alright. Oh my... Wow, it looks exactly like the product image. It looks just like it. I'm actually befuddled. It looks so close to the product. As advertised, Chica can go inside the little satchel pretty easily. So let's compare them to the plushies that they're clearly ripping from, so... Which one's official? I wonder. Oh, I don't know. I don't know, guys. Which one do you think is real? Which one's the real one? You know, it probably has something to do with the fact that this one wasn't vacuum sealed. Maybe this looked good after it was initially manufactured, but vacuum sealing them actually just, like, ruins it. What happened to this thing? It looks so sad. It's so, like, defeated. And then this guy looks so puffy and awesome. Like this is a good plush. I consider this to be one of the best Freddy plushies because he's very well stuffed. He's very soft. He looks good. Like, this is one of my favorite Freddy plushies. And now we can compare Chica to the plush that she's based on, and I just don't think this was worth comparing here. It's just not really worth it. I don't have to say anything. And then the little satchel here with the cupcake embroidered onto it. The embroidery there isn't that bad. Like, it could be so much worse. It looks fine. The satchel is very cheap looking, though. Yeah. So, would I recommend this? Considering the asking price is pretty much the same as this official plush, I'm gonna have to go with no. Okay, I'm reorganizing the room and I found something, and... well, as a little treat for old time's sake, I was supposed to review this in the last video, and it didn't arrive in time, so I suppose... oh god, this thing reeked. Okay, so, we've got this cool figure here. I'm wearing gloves, because obviously he has lead on him. So, yeah, classic Mexican bootleg deal here. He's got a sculpt, is a way to put it. He's got a little light button. I don't think it actually does anything, though. You could see he's based on Golden Freddy from the FNAF movie. He has 2 ears, though, so we're just gonna, you know, fix that there. I did, that wasn't actually, if you didn't know, I just twisted that off. It's not supposed to come off. Now, I'm not actually sure if he can come apart like a lot of these can. I mean, his face is kind of coming off, but I don't know. Okay, it can. That doesn't look bad, actually. That's kind of cool, I think. I don't know, man. Of the Mexican bootlegs I've looked at in videos, this is absolutely the most, like, cheap garbage one that I've had yet, because not only does it, it still smells bad. All of these things smell bad. That's just a trend here. But this one in particular, like, he feels like trash. Like, the actual, like, paint quality is so, like, ugh. It's like, when I touched him with my hands briefly and then I washed him, he's like, it's like sandpapery. I don't know. He feels gross and he looks gross. This paint job is very unflattering, especially on the feet there. That doesn't look very good. Yeah, I don't know. I saw when this bootleg in particular, I remember this being posted on Twitter and people were like, oh my gosh, it's so good. This? I mean, okay, you do you if you think this looks good, but I just can't get behind this, you know? I like the little line behind his head. That's actually game accurate. There's a bit of yellow bleeding onto his hat because they spray paint it. You can see his, the neck, I guess. Yup, he's got his little hand here. I think this sculpt was ripped from some kind of model, some kind of fan model. They ripped this sculpt from. I don't believe they made it themselves, because of how, like, I don't know, this just doesn't look like their sculpting style they'd usually have. They clearly tweaked it, though, because I think these endoskeleton pieces were added on later. But I think they probably based this pretty heavily off of an existing fan model, which would explain why his face shape is a lot more accurate than usual for these. Also, cool fact about this thing, his feet are warped, so he can't really, like, he can't stand on his own. He, like, will always tilt. So, that's pretty cool. You can see he has a microphone. Oh, the bottom of his feet are hollow. That's cool. But he has this microphone here, which does not fit in his hand. This is a massive microphone. Like, how is that even how is that even meant to fit in the first place? It's so huge. He has this gargantuan microphone. Mouth doesn't open like most of these things, which is really disappointing, because that's one of the coolest features consistently. But yeah, here we got Golden Freddy. I give this bootleg a 2 out of 10. I've seen better. The ones that I reviewed, the last time I reviewed these bootlegs in person, I was actually pretty impressed because they had some pretty good figures. Like, I thought those last ones I reviewed were pretty good. This one's kind of trash. This is garbage. The last one I received, I don't remember if I put him on video, but it was this Glamrock Freddy one, and he was a little stinky, but less so than the usual ones. He doesn't have that weird spray paint look. He seems a bit safer. I tested him and I got nothing back, so I think this guy is pretty good. The plastic is definitely still pretty unfavorable, like he's got a bit of a stench to him, but yeah, this thing I thought it was kind of neat. It gets the job done. It's a pretty alright Glamrock Freddy figure, all things considered. And the sculpt looks pretty original. Like, they clearly sculpted this from scratch. They based it on a fan model, I believe, but I do think the sculpt itself is original. This one, these are like the two different sides of the spectrum for these things. Actually, no, we have 3 different sides. And I actually do have an example of the third side, which would be this guy, who, you remember, this guy's iconic. I still have him.
When it comes to bootlegs being made for indie games, few rival the likes of FNAF. There are hundreds upon hundreds, maybe thousands of unique FNAF bootleg products out there. Both creating unique products to fill in the void that the actual companies leave out, or just trying to rip off pre-existing merchandise. However, since bootlegs are a very sketchy business, they don't usually have company names attached to them, and if they do, it's usually just some random gibberish slab of letters. But some bootleggers out there just could not care less, and show off with pride that they are indeed making illegal products. And there's one company among all these that seems to really stand out from the others in my eyes.
Tell them to bring out the whole ocean. Tell them to bring out the whole ocean. Tell them to bring out the whole ocean.
So without further ado, let me introduce you guys to VNKVTL, my favorite FNAF bootleg manufacturer. Now, since VNKVTL doesn't really roll off the tongue too well, I'm going to be calling them Vinkvatl for the rest of the video, because I think it sounds funny. They are a popular Vietnamese plush manufacturer, and literally all they make is knockoff Funko FNAF plushies. And they choose the weirdest characters, they don't dabble in any other franchises, and they are so fascinating to me. So come with me as we take a deep dive into their Amazon page, Facebook page, and eventually review some of their fabled plushies. Now, I feel like the best place to start with them is their own website, but it has been updated in a while. But we can look at their website and get some info. It reads, "Perfect collection for every fan. That plushies are loved by all ages, whether you need a special gift for a loved one or just want to add a dash of whimsy to your home. Let VNKVTL lead the way to a land of magic and fun." And you can see the plushies that they're choosing to highlight is this honestly scarily close Foxy plush and Spring Bonnie. Those look really, really scarily close to the original Funko ones, with some slight differences. I think they have an extra eye shine, but like Shadow Toy Chica, okay. We got Shadow Bonnie, and we got this weird looking Chocolate Bonnie. If we look at the catalog page on their website, we can find amazing plushies like Phantom, Chocolate, Red, Nightmare. That's just his actual name. They didn't even try to hide the copyright there. Shadow, Shadow again, Shamrock, Spring, and System Error. So they're just kind of calling them the prefix of the character's name without the actual name. Well, except for Foxy, they're just called Foxy Red, which is hilarious. And there are some awesome product images here, like this one of Phantom Freddy sitting in a creepy basement that says "Let's play with me," and he's sitting in a rocking chair. That's awesome. Shadow Bonnie's page seems to have some sort of unboxing video, but it has some music playing in it, and I don't want to risk the fact that it could be copyrighted. You got Deco in the room, study desk for Shamrock Freddy. Now let's read up on some of their specifications on how they produce their products. "We are a company focused on game and animation peripherals," that's a weird way to say plushies, "to providing our customers with high quality cartoon dolls, costumes, and accessories." You've only made dolls so far. "Providing anime lovers with the latest and greatest classic anime characters." Yeah, like Shamrock Freddy. "So that everyone's favorite anime characters can appear in real life and accompany anime fans. Most modern equipment. Spring plush created by. We utilize fine equipments, assure highest quality. Our tailor who are well and professionally trained are owing over 10 years of experience. We possess diverse, redundant, and finest materials." Why'd you put redundant there? "We're having output checking team. As a result, all products distributed to customers satisfy highest standards. Most skilled seamstress, polyester fabric, built in cotton." Okay. But their website doesn't seem to be updated too often, so I think we should take a look to their Amazon page to get a true look at what they're currently up to. Now, I do want to call some attention to their Facebook page, where it's mostly stolen fan art. It's just mostly stolen fan art, like I'm showing you scrolling right now. It is just so much stolen fan art. But they do have some really funny pictures that just have no context to them. Like, let's see, look at this one. "Meet me and let's get the chocolate." What are you talking? "Shamrock plush. Can he cause any further destruction? Where is Foxy? Nightmare existing dark in the human mind. What do these mean? Shadow Chica, a distorted version of Chica." Now here we are on the final boss, VNKVTL's Amazon page, and we can see some more plushies here that weren't featured on their website, including Burn Trap, which I like this plush. This is one of the ones I bought to review. Glit Trap, which is what the box says, and he looks that does look like a Funko Glitch Trap plush. Phantom Chica, who is honestly a really good looking plush. I like this one a lot. Alright, so let's look at the Amazon page. Let's see what they say on it. Vinkvatl is a well-known brand in Vietnam that specializes in high-end plush items. We constantly strive to offer our consumers the most considerate and high-quality products we can. They're considerate. Now let's watch this epic video on the product page. I'm sure this is awesome.
I'm Phantom Freddy, the new segment model of VNKVTL. In case you want to know, VNKVTL is a well-known brand in Vietnam that specializes in high-end plush items. see what we have at VNKBTL. There are a lot of characters. Choose your favorite one and be the best friend ever. Let me show you something special. Hey, what are you looking for? Hi, I'm finding. Follow me. It's over there. Thanks. KBTL, the best choice ever.
I think I might have just watched the scariest video ever. Like, that jump scare at the end had me quaking in my boots. That had me quaking in my boots, and I was so frightened by Phantom Freddy when he told me
KBTL, the best choice ever.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked. They also have some turnaround videos of their plushies on all their product pages. Let's check out the one for Springtrap. What?
What the hell? Oh my god, no way, yeah.
So, yeah, I bought a few of the VNKVTL plushies. I specifically chose Springtrap and Phantom Freddy. Know why these two, you may ask? Well, Springtrap because, well, it's Springtrap, that's just funny. And I chose Phantom Freddy because of that funny video on Amazon. Okay, well, another reason I picked Springtrap is because I know he's a character that Funko will most definitely probably not make a plushie of. I could see maybe a figure, potentially, possibly, if you, like, really, really, really have faith in them. But a plushie, they didn't even make Glitch Trap, there's no way. But yeah, I guess I'll just stop wasting time now and get right to the review. So, I've gone on Amazon and I've bought in two of their plushies. I've chosen Springtrap and Phantom Freddy as they were the ones that interested me the most. Depending on how this video performs, let me know in the comments if you guys would want to see me review more of these plushies. I guess if I review more also depends on how much I like them when I open them here, but if you want to see me review more VNKVTL plushies, comment below, I guess, and, but yeah, I guess I'll just open these guys up since I feel like I can't do a video on a plush company without reviewing the plushies, right? So they come in these boxes. It says VNKVTL Collectibles with a rip-off U2's logo, which is really funny. Springtrap's just says Springtrap. There is no, like, copyright avoidance there. It just says Springtrap. But then Phantom Freddy just says Phantom. It does specify plush figures. I don't know how these are figures, but okay. Choking hazard, small parts, not for children under 3 years. Terrified to see what the small parts are. Got a little picture of the plush on the side. On the back is just another picture of the plush. It's kind of weird backdrops for them. But overall, like, it's really, really high effort that they actually put them in boxes, because most bootleg companies, like, you saw my last review on the bootlegs with the Security Beach Ruin plushies, those just came in with freaking, like, airtight sealed bags. These came in, like, nice premium boxes. Like, this company, they're different. And, you know, if official plushies came in cool boxes like this, that'd be neat, but it'd also be kind of difficult because, I already have enough boxes to store, so, yeah, I probably wouldn't like that, but it's a neat concept. They aren't too visible in the window there, though, which I feel like there should be more, like, windows around the box, but oh well. You can see on the top here it says VNKVTL Phantom Freddy plush birthday gift for kids. Freddy stuffed animal with soft and comfortable cotton decor. Phantom Freddy. Freddy plush for all ages, 7-inch new item. On the side, you got just the same thing again. Let's see, what does Springtrap say? Does Springtrap even have a sticker like that? No, it's just Phantom Freddy who has a sticker like that. So weird. I guess we'll start with Phantom Freddy. The boxes are wrapped in this very thick plastic. Like, that is thick. And plushy, it smells not great. It doesn't smell great. Yeah, the plushie smells rather strange. The box is held shut by a sticker with their logo on it. They take lots of pride in their plushies. Alright, moment of truth. Opening him up. Jesus, why is this packaging so premium? What the hell? Alright, let's pull him out. Anything in the box? There's a little backdrop there. It's just white. Let's see here. We got a tag. Thank you, with artwork of all of their plushies. I assume this is like concept art they draw. That's kind of neat. Thank you for choosing our products. Leave us sincere feedback. Is that like a scratch off thing? The scratch off thing is just a QR code. Not gonna scan that. VNKVTL plush. Yeah, they put so much branding. They are just asking to be contacted and sued. You got a little, this is a sticker? A sticker? Oh, give you stickers of all their other plushies? Okay. The butt tag even says VNKVTL plush. Like, they're putting so much branding on this. Oh, look, there's more stickers under him. Spring Bonnie, Foxy, these are just the Funko product images. Oh, it's another one. Shadow Chica, Shadow Bonnie. How many stickers are in here? Now, as for the plush itself, I don't think I've ever felt a plush that is this firmly stuffed, ever. Like, you know, like, the typical plush. Let me just, like, grab one from over here. Like, let's take this Funko plush, for example. You can, like, squish him pretty easily. This guy, it hurts. Like, he is so firmly stuffed. Like, you know, like, usual Funko plush, you squid their face in? This guy, he is, like, so solid, and he is so overstuffed. His wires are ridiculous. Like, what? They're so long. The wires on this guy are ridiculous. The way they detailed, like, all the stuff for the Phantom, like, the burn marks and stuff, I do quite like how that looks. I do like that. He's got inner ears on both sides. Nose, pretty standard. All of the details embroidered outside of the Phantom stuff, but, like, this is a pretty high quality plush. Like, this design, I could see Funko doing this. Like, maybe not the long wires. I feel like Funko would not do that. That is insane. Why are they so long? I might trim those, actually. That is kind of annoying looking, ugly looking. But, yeah, the overall plush design here is not the worst. I can't get over how firmly stuffed he is. Like, he is rock solid. He is not moving an inch. I guess I'll just grab whatever. Why did I grab this guy? He was right up there. There was another one right up there. Why did I do that? But, anyway. Just plushies in my immediate reach. He's about in scale with a Funko plush. Like, these guys will fit in pretty well with your Funko collection, so that's pretty cool. But yeah, this plush is bad at being a plush. It is not soft. It is rock hard. Not good at being a plush. It looks okay, but it just doesn't feel right. It's heavy. It looks, I don't know. It's just like, this does not feel like a plush should feel. It is way too extremely overstuffed to a comical degree. Even if it doesn't look like it. He's not soft at all. Just like, this would be a terrible plush to, like, sleep by, because if you lay onto this thing, this thing is going to, like, dent your skin. You are not gonna crush it. So, in terms of, like, a plushie for your bed, no. Just no. Do not buy a VNKVTL plush. But in terms of looks, he's alright. In terms of the stickers, extremely sticky. Just put that on your box right there. But yeah, I guess we'll just open Springtrap. Alright, let's cut Springtrap's seal. Alright, let's get it open. Oh, the stickers. Oh my gosh, so much more stickers. Let's see, we got another Spring Bonnie, a Chocolate Bonnie. That's one I already used. That's the one I already used. Glitch Trap. Love that. Another Spring Bonnie. Nightmare, another Phantom Freddy sticker. Burn Trap sticker. That's going on my laptop. Alright, let's see here. Let's put them right there. Right on my laptop. There we go. Yeah, they give you just an absolutely absurd amount of freaking stickers, but we got another thank you tag. Exact same one. Exact same tag here. Tags are exactly the same on Burn Trap. He's not quite as firmly stuffed as Phantom Freddy was. He's still not a very soft plush or a very, like, squishy plush, but he is less overstuffed, which is good. He looks like Burn Trap. I do like how the detail on the torso looks. I like how the printing looks very cheap on the arms and legs, I will say. In terms of translating Burn Trap into a Funko plush, I can't imagine he would be a very easy character. This is decent enough. Like, if we compare him to a Funko Springtrap plush, he's pretty similar. They clearly based it heavily off of the Funko Springtrap plush, which makes sense because Burn Trap is the most similar character to Springtrap, or Springtrap is the most similar character to Burn Trap that Funko's made. Plastic nose, unlike the original Springtrap. Wires are not as long as Phantom Freddy, which is great. I do like how they actually did that thing with the wire there. That is actually really cool. Ears look pretty good. I like this plush. I like this one. I think I like this one more than Phantom Freddy because it doesn't freaking hurt my hand. Yeah, he's still pretty solid, but he's not as solid. I'll let you go live with your security breach friends, Burn Trap. You deserved it. Funko's never gonna make you anyway. And I guess you, Phantom Freddy, you can just go over here. I will also put this sticker on here because it will remind me of my study desk. So, you're probably wondering, what's the final verdict of the video? Huh. Now, that's a good question. Vinkvatl is indeed a weird company, and they are indeed weird. Would I recommend you buy these? Only if you, are really interested in them, because, these are more expensive than Funko plushies, and they're definitely lower quality. So yeah, I don't really have much else to say on these guys. I don't really know what my goal was with this video. I just kind of wanted to talk about this company because I thought they were really funny. And yeah, I'll see you in the next video. FNAF bootlegs are an unstoppable, never-ending cycle, and it's not that surprising. Any series as big and toyetic as FNAF is gonna have this much merch. Official and unofficial. And for this episode of my FNAF bootleg series, I wanted to try something a little different. What exactly that means, well, I guess you'll just have to find out. Now, some interesting bootlegs spawned from FNAF Security Breach Ruin, which are these action figures which are clearly supposed to be styled after Funko. And honestly, I was kind of considering getting these to review. Maybe I'll still do it eventually. These are kind of interesting. We got an AR Ruined Roxy, which is a neat idea. I wish Funko made this. I don't think this one's really a viable replacement, though. Glamrock Foxy, which, you know, that's not real. We got Mapbot, who looks alright, honestly. He's got some little rolling wheels and stuff. He's actually got his little map cartridge. They put some work into this. We got Mexis, who looks really funny. I don't know why his eyes are completely lopsided and he's just kind of proportioned really weirdly. We also got Glamrock Bonnie, who doesn't look very good. I mean, I guess there's some nice parts of his sculpt, but this kind of just looks like crap. Then Eclipse here, obviously just a cheaper version of the Funko one. Shattered Freddy, who I do wish Funko made, since I think it would have been a cool way to resculpt Glamrock Freddy. This one, I mean, it is. If you want me to be honest, I think this Shattered Freddy has some nice charm. But the main star-like thing in this set is there's a Mimic action figure in this lineup, and it doesn't look half bad. Yeah, it's obviously a cheap bootleg, but For what it is, and compared to the other figures in this set, he looks very substantially better, and it's definitely helped by the fact that all of these figures are very skinny, and Mimic is an endoskeleton, so him being skinny doesn't really look weird. Congratulations, bootleggers, you made a Mimic figure that looks pretty okay. I wish Funko made one. Okay, so like little side tangent, but I really wish Funko was able to make this wave like double the size that it is. Like the fact that this is the last Funko wave ever and that the figures that are in it are so good, but the fact that they just like couldn't make any more of them, that kind of sucks to me. Like I wish this set was bigger, because for being the last Funko wave, it is a bit underwhelming that there's only 3 figures. Not even a bit, it's really underwhelming. Anyway, tangent over. Now, I've been sitting on these for a while, and, well, I wasn't exactly sure when would be a good time to actually open them, since they are quite weird, and I don't think they deserve a dedicated video, although I kind of felt like I needed to buy these. Like, I saw these for sale online, and I was like, okay, I need to know what's inside of these, because I have literally no clue, but I thought it would be a cool intermission thing for this video to open up these bootleg trading cards for Five Nights at Freddy's. Now, these are very interesting because they are made after the movie came out, around then, I believe. I don't know if there's a date on these. Is there a date? No date at all. Okay, so yeah, I have no clue when these were made, but I'm assuming quickly after the movie because of a lot of the logos and stuff on them. And you can see here, Superstar Battle Cards for this one. I'll do some research after reviewing these on what these actually are, but Superstar Battle Cards, it says here. Then these ones here say they are figure arte. So I guess, I don't know what that quite means, but they have a social media account and stuff. This one does not, but yeah, I'm not exactly sure. These ones have like registered things, which seems like they're pretending to be official, but they're absolutely not. So very, very curious to see what's inside of these things. I'll definitely save these ones for last with these strange character renders on them. But yeah, I guess let's just get into these. I don't know. So let's open up these packs. Let's start off with the least interesting artwork on these, which is this one with Superstar Battle Cards, Five Nights at Freddy's here, and it's got the movie artwork with the movie logo. So pretty unassuming looking. This could pass off as official if I knew it wasn't official. It's kind of weird that it tries to pretend it is on the back, though. That's definitely pushes some boundaries. And then we can see here, it's got some more info. I think it's just the same thing copy-pasted, but we can open this up here and see what the heck is even inside of this thing, because I literally do not have a single clue. Okay. Old Mangle fan model. It says this is number 024. Whatever those numbers at the bottom mean, I don't know. But yeah, we got Mangle, which that is a Sister Location Funtime Foxy fan model by Quiddix, I believe the name of the modeler was. I just talked about that in the video recently. It's got this circus Ennard. Okay. Got this weird fixed Ennard fan model. And it says it's Circus Ennard. He has much higher numbers. He has number 18. That is... Man, that... Oh, they have stuff on the back. Hold on. Okay, back of... Are they just all the cupcake? They just all the cupcake on the back. Okay. Baby Chica. Alright, Baby Chica. Pretty cool. That is a fan model, by the way, if you couldn't tell. And then we got big numbers at the bottom. I don't know. ATK and Death? I don't know what those mean, but yeah. We got Springtrap here, and yeah, that is a fan render. I forgot who made that model. I think it was Everything Animations, but I could be wrong. But yeah, there's another fan model render. Then we got another Ennard, which this is just normal Ennard, and he's... Oh, that's a badass pose right there. Okay, well... Oh! Chica with green eyes. What does it say on the back? Happy birthday, Gold 94 Chica. What is... Okay, that's Bonnie on the back of that one. There's Chica on the back of this one. So I guess the backs are just random movie posters? Weird. But yeah, these are all stolen fan art, and they're pretty funny. This one's my favorite from this pack. But yeah, I guess we'll open another pack in a bit. Then we got this stupid-looking cat here. I don't know what's going on here. This is just ridiculous. I mean... It's clearly a repaint of like some Candy the Cat mold. I don't know why he has a giant gash in his chest though. And his freckles are like very like deeply indented and they're lopsided. I don't know. This thing looks like it was hand sculpted. The fact this even came out of a plastic mold is shocking to me. Then we got these absolutely wonderful bootlegs, which are very derivative of the original Funko figures. In fact, I believe they actually do just attempt to steal the sculpts, although they did kind of melt them together into individual pieces instead of having different joints and stuff. These are like little solid hunks of plastic, and you know, they look great. I mean, look at Bonnie, look at Chica, look at the cupcake. Springtrap has these big, beautiful eyes going on, and he's orange for some reason. Like, I don't know what's up with that, but, you know, he's got a nice vibe. You know, he looks friendly. And speaking of friendly, I think I've just found the happiest looking Freddy figure that I've ever seen. Like, look at that guy. That guy's never seen a bad thing in the world. I don't know why his stomach is so, like, scratched up, though. And his hat is, like, this weird, translucent, dark green, and it looks really gross. And you can take his mask off to reveal this head that kind of looks like the little robots from the Lego movie. Not exactly sure what's up with that, but it's an option. Then we got a Bonnie in the same set, and man, they really did not give him the same attention as Freddy in the paint department. What happened here? And he has the same feature where you can rip off his head and reveal this amazing endoskeleton. We got Chica here, who is a bit better than Bonnie. She's kind of shaped like, I don't know how to describe it. She's like, I don't know, my brain went to the really crappy, like, Flash cowl piece from the video games. I have no idea why this specifically came to mind. Maybe it's because I found my Lego Flash the other day, but I don't know. She's got an awesome looking cupcake. Her feet look like they belong to a frog, and she has an especially angry face. Then we got Foxy, who's back to the wholesome positive vibes that Freddy had going on. I mean, look at that big old smile. This guy's just ready to have a great time. But you can see underneath, he's actually very angry inside. Now, I was going to make a reference to the Dream Mask music video, but I don't think that's been funny for the last, like, year. Maybe longer, I haven't been keeping track, so I'm not going to make that joke. But I'm going to say that I was gonna. Then we got Spring Bonnie, the yellow rabbit, whatever you want to call him, and I like this one, okay? He's got nice vibes. He's similar to Freddy and Foxy, but he looks a bit more, I don't know, like, dead inside. Like, I don't know, his face just kind of looks like he's kind of vibing. Surprisingly decent paint job on his teeth, honestly. He carries the trend of the very scratchy stomach that I don't really understand. And uncharacteristically for Spring Bonnie, instead of William Afton inside, it is the same endoskeleton again. Now we got this guy, who I think is incredibly interesting. So, this is a animatronic Mexican bootleg Freddy Fazbear figure, and he has a fabric body, which is something that I've never seen before, a nice red bow tie, and he has a translucent head, and according to the listing, it says that he plays sounds, which I can't really find any footage of, but I really want to know what this thing does. Like, if I turn this thing on, what is it going to do? Why is the body made of fabric? I don't think they've ever done this before, but it's clearly made by the same people because he's got that dumb head mold. But I wasn't about to pay $70 to find out, because that's how much they're trying to sell this guy for, so quite the interesting specimen here. Okay, well, these Superstar Battle cards definitely do not disappoint. Let's open up this one next, which has a Lady Fizzy art FNAF poster that was official. But, yeah, they used official art on the front, so I guess that's a good sign. But let's get this open. This packaging is really easy to open, by the way. Like, cheap. Feels cheap. But, yeah, let's take this out of here. We can see Foxy on the back there. Let's see who this is. I can't tell. It's the Chica image again. Security guard. Ooh, 900,000 and a million? Ooh, that's, oh, I think this means attack and it means defense, I think. I think that's what that means. I have no idea how you're supposed to play these, like how the playing card aspect works, but yeah, that is a picture of Josh Hutcherson, so that's pretty cool. Then we got, they really love Ennard, don't they? Wire Ennard, okay. Gotta love Wire Ennard. Freddy, it's just regular old Freddy, number 56. Yup. Hey, Freddy. Here we've got Foxy, who is number 87. Nice fan render. And then we got Chica here, who is 15. So, yeah, This feels like a cursed artifact. I like this thing. This one, I'm not sure what their obsession with Ennard is, or if I've just coincidentally gotten all the Ennard cards, but yeah, I don't know. Kind of weird there. Let's check the backs, okay? It seems like more of the same stuff. What the hell? Okay, as I said that, what is that? I don't know where this artwork's from, but yeah, all the other cards, it seems like it's mostly movie posters on the back with the occasional whatever the hell. I don't know. These are interesting. Alright, so now we've got the third and final Superstar Battle Cards pack, but don't worry, we got plenty more packs on these ones, but let's check this out here. What could possibly be inside of these? It's literally a gamble, because you could get literally any FNAF image on the internet on these things, it seems like. I'm basically opening up trading cards for FNAF Google image results. But yeah, we see here, Chica backing on this one. We've got... Obsession with Ennard? Like I've said before, obsession. Why are there so many Ennard cards? I've gotten an Ennard in every pack. Got 2 Ennards in the same pack. Like, why am I getting so many Ennards? I don't understand. I mean, I like Ennard, but I guess these guys really like him too. Let's see, who's here? Nightmare Freddy with a picture of Nightmare Fredbear. Classic. Number 123. I think it might be the highest number I've seen so far. So I guess there's quite a few of these. You know, Nightmare Freddy, according to them. We've got... Psycho Foxy? Psycho Foxy? It's supposed to, like, it looks like he's like a therapist or something. I think that's what they're going for. Where did they even find this picture? Okay. Alright, man. Bonnie and another Bonnie. Oh, okay, 2 Bonnies in this pack, and it's the same fan model, but it is different images. So, yeah, we got 2 different Bonnies, exact same name, same everything, but, yeah, then the back, any interesting backings? Alright, more of the same, so, yeah, this pack was, I mainly just, like, this is, what's going on here? We got Gregory, and I've noticed that lately they've been very obsessed with translucent plastic. Like, Gregory, a human boy, has translucent shirt and translucent pants where you can see, like, where the joint connectors are on him through, and it's just a little bit funny. I also don't know what's up with this mask he's holding. It kind of looks like a recolor of the prototype Springlock suit from the Silver Eyes graphic novel. And he's got this Spidey and His Amazing Friends type face going on. Here we got this stupid Foxy Plush, just stupid and dumb and terrible and honestly stupid. Like, look at this thing. Why has he got his tongue sticking out? What's his deal? Look at this stupid eye. Why does he have like a flesh texture? Anyway, here we got some Freddy and Chica rubber bootleg earrings, and Freddy is characteristically missing a tooth, which is a detail that most merch companies actually forget that he has. And here we can see a demonstration of somebody's ear with the Chica earring on, and this just looks amazing. I mean, if this isn't a fashion statement, I don't know what is. Freddy does look very upset about that missing tooth, though. Like, look at him. Also, I like how they couldn't fit all the detail on Chica's bib, so they just put, like, 2 lines instead of just having it be blank. And I appreciate the dedication to even have anything there. And I also appreciate the audacity to not get a Freddy in proper condition for the product image. And then we've got a similar Foxy figure who is looking very interesting. Now, I don't know if he's actually missing teeth or if it's just designed like that, but he does appear to be missing some teeth in the middle, so who knows? He's also missing his hair on the top, so I guess they shaved him. Here we got some bootleg pillows, which honestly look exactly like something that Good Stuff would release, but we got a Foxy, a Bonnie, a Freddy, who looks amazing with his iconic green eyes that he's always had, and then we've got Chica, who... It looks like one of those, like, little inflatable guys outside, like, the car wash or something. Now, here we got a Springtrap, who both looks very rotten. He looks like kind of withered away foam in a way, even though he's plastic. And then also, if we look at him, you know, he's got lots of detail. He's very bloated, you know, a very big guy. And we can look on the back, and maybe his torso is so bloated because he has a speaker inside of him. Now, I don't know what sound this could possibly play, but I am very curious, and I hope to find out someday. Although, I do have a bootleg I'm going to look at later in this video that might just answer that, because it looks like it's the same speaker, but we'll see. Here we got a terrible Chica figure that somehow has a perfect looking cupcake. And this one also has a speaker. Then we got a Freddy Fazbear, very iconic, also with a speaker in the back, and a Foxy with blue eyes, iconic blue eyes, and a speaker in the back. I don't like the texture on these things. I mentioned that already, but like I really don't like how these look. These look like very gross to the touch. Speaking of gross, this Foxy is just not okay. Not okay. I mean, if I take the mask off, it's a little. Honestly looks a little pathetic like this. I kind of prefer this. All right, so we've opened the Superstar Battle Card packs, but now we've got these ones here, which are figure arte, and these ones are not shying away from being well known because they like to put their socials on their packs. So I'll take a peek at those in the actual video. But so I looked up their socials, and they do indeed make these things. I don't know what else to say though. But let's take a look at opening these. Let's start off with this Glamrock Freddy one. So yeah, it says these were 3 pesos, and it contains 5 cards. A lot more detail on this packaging, I'll give them that. Alright, so let's get this open here and see what's inside. Okay, I kind of wanted to preserve the packaging a bit, so I'm going to try to be careful with them, but yeah, I don't know how careful I can be because these are very cheaply made packaging. Alright, let's just pull this out here. Come on. There we go. Okay. Let's see. We got a security breach, Glamrock Freddy. That's a beautiful image. I like the Minecraft font. Very interesting use of that. Yeah, okay. There he is. Then we got, let's see. We got a Nightmare Bonnie, or Toy Bonnie. Sorry, Toy Bonnie Nightmare. Okay, that is a fan render. It is a very good model, but it is a fan render. And it got a these all seem to have backdrops that are screenshots from Security Breach. But yeah, we got Toy Bonnie Nightmare. These also have the attack and defense thing, so very similar to the previous card set. We've got Adventure Nightmare Fredbear. Alright, at least that's named properly. He's in front of the salon from Security Breach. We've got Plush Trap Nightmare. Alright, he is a Nightmare animatronic, so I guess that is correct. And then let's look at this one. Withered Toy Bonnie. Alright, cool. That backdrop is not from Security Breach. That's the first non-Security Breach. Wait, was this one? No, okay, so we got fan render of FNAF 1 Office, fan render of FNAF 2 Prize Counter, and then a bunch of Security Breach screenshots for the other ones. Very, very weird. Alright, now for this next pack, I'm thinking we should open the Unwithered Bonnie last. Let's open up this Mangle one, or I guess Funtime Foxy, if you want to be proper about it, but yeah. Let's take this out here and take a peek. So, ooh, Melodies, so I guess Mediocre Melodies just shortened it. Ned Bear, Minecraft font, as we love to see. Same backdrop as the Glamrock Freddy card we got. Then we'll flip this over. We've got Prototype Glamrock Freddy from Ruin. So these are pretty recent, I guess, because Ruin, I guess it was 2 years ago, but still. More recent stuff in here than I thought. We got Prototype Glamrock Freddy from Ruin. Then we've got a fan design for Glamrock Chica, not the official design. And then we've got the puppet with this interesting FNAF 2 render, and that is the Splinks puppet model, I believe. Then Easter Bonnie. Oh, that's my favorite. That's my favorite right there. That's my favorite card. I didn't actually look at the backings. It seems like the backings to all these cards are just FNAF movie posters, though. Which is very similar to the other ones. It's weird. These are similar to the other ones, but they're clearly different. Like, if I put them next to each other, it's like, you can tell these are different types of cards, but they have the same ideas behind them. I'm not really sure what's up with these. Here we got this Toy Bonnie, Nightmare Bonnie, whatever you want to call it, bootleg plush, and I don't know what's up with this image. Somebody sent this in my Discord server, and I'm not really sure what to make of this. Like, he's very weirdly cropped. There's a FNAF movie poster in the background. Very menacing aura here. And same goes for this Glamrock Freddy, who also has some very sharp, menacing teeth. I don't know. It's just bad vibes here. Now here we got some Bootleg Heroes of Gujitsu, which is a Stretch Armstrong type toy line. And here's some knockoff Five Nights at Freddy's ones that are also based on Funko Pop, so I guess this is like a double toy line infringement. And apparently these are very squishy and they look really funny. I don't really have much to say about them besides why is Funtime Foxy in the set and not normal Foxy? And then we got some more bootlegs that try to be heavily derivative of the Funko molds, and I think these speak for themselves, and let's be honest, they're pretty freaking awesome. I'm particularly a fan of Golden Freddy. Foxy gives me, like, fucking Beavis and Butthead vibes. Chica looks like she has rabies. Bonnie looks... yeah. And then Golden Freddy looks pretty dapper. Alright, now let's open up this Withered Toy Chica pack. So, let's get this open. If it'll open. There we go. There we go. Get out. Alright, we've got Sun, which is pretty cool. Some of these have, like, the name of the game they're from on the top, and some of them have it, like, a recording thing. I'm not really sure what's up with that, but, yeah. Sun here in the FNAF 2 office, where he's always meant to be. This one's backwards. Orville Elephant, or just Orville. Alright, cool. They love using this backdrop of the security breach lobby. We got Fredbear Nightmare. That is a weird... okay, so they did the same thing for Nightmare Bonnie. They're using these really accurate fan renders of the Nightmare animatronics instead of just the ones that are in the extras menu. Really weird. Then we've got Bonnie with his head ripped off, and it says Toy Bonnie. You doing good there, buddy? He's seen better days. I don't know why it says Toy Bonnie. And then the last card... oh, come on. You can get duplicates? That's crappy. That's crappy. I'm gonna permanently stick this in the backdrop. Here we go. Alright, last one of these figure arte card packs. We've got Unwithered Bonnie. Love this image. Love how this pack looks. Shame to open it since I kind of like it, but you know, we gotta do it for the content. So let's check this out. Of course, it rips weirdly when I open it. Okay, here we go. All right, let's see. Who are you? We got a Toy Bonnie fan render in Glamrock Freddy's room. Okay, as expected. Oh boy. I love this model. I love these models. Those models, I love those ones. I'm really happy to see them here. It says this is Curse of Dreadbear, and that is Nightmare Freddy. I mean, Nightmare Freddy was in Curse of Dreadbear, so I guess they're not technically wrong. I really love the use of this model here. Let's flip over here. We've got Plush, Fredbear Plush. All right. I struggle to come up with things to say about a lot of these, because there's like... alright, we got Adventure Nightmare Chica. Well, I guess that is what Adventure Nightmare Chica, although it looks... the colors are more like Jacko Chica. It's weird. Alright, last card we're gonna open. Let's see. Corrupted Freddy? I mean, I guess you could say that. I mean, he looks kinda... I guess he's upgraded. He has the upgraded parts. I don't know about corrupted, but... yeah. Alright, well... what's the conclusion here about these cards? I guess the conclusion I can come to is that I want more of them. Here we got some interesting Freddy and Foxy bootlegs that are seemingly directly based on the Rubo FNAF plushies, which if you didn't know, these are some early fan-made FNAF plushie projects, and images of them were very popular back in the day, circulating around, so I guess it makes sense that bootleggers would try to copy them, and thankfully it was quite unsuccessful. This frickin' Baby Joey type character. Here we got this Funko Springtrap bootleg who is incredibly green, incredibly funny looking. He kind of looks like a frog more than a rabbit, even though he has big rabbit ears. Like, if you took away the ears and you took away the nose, he'd just be kind of a weird frog, and I think that's really cool. And then we got this damn thing. I don't need to say a word about this, okay? You know what you're looking at, alright? You just do. And here we got a pretty wild assortment of bootlegs here. Here we got Michelangelo. That's not Michelangelo, that's Leonardo. Sorry, I don't know anything about Ninja Turtles. But it's an animatronic version of Leonardo. We got Bon and the sheep from the Walton Files. I've never watched the Walton Files. I don't know what the sheep's name is. Honestly, I kind of like how these look, though. These are kind of funny. Then we got a Glamrock Mr. Hippo who looks very malnourished. this weird reindeer character. I have no idea what this character is from. Let me know in the comments if you know who this is. We've got a Happy Frog who is quite out of place in this bunch of fan game characters. We got the monkey from Five Nights at Candy's, forgot his name, and also Cindy from Five Nights at Candy's. And honestly, that is quite a beautiful set. And what isn't beautiful is this Freddy plush here. Now, honestly, he's kind of awesome. I don't know where this bootleg came from. This is a very, very obscure one. This is literally the only image of it I could find. And the fact that the only image of it I could find has Justice League merch in the background is just an awesome thing to me. Also, shout out to Ali, because I asked people in my Discord to send in, like, bootlegs they found, and you in particular sent so many in, and they were all so good, so I just felt like you deserved a specific shout out. Shout out to you. That is awesome. A lot of the ones I talked about in this video were because you sent them. I wouldn't have found them otherwise. Also, since I know I'll get a million comments about it, my server is invite only. If you catch me posting one, which I do sometimes, you'll be able to get in, but I'm not gonna, like, be sending people invites in the comment section, so don't bother asking. Okay, anyway, let's review some bootlegs. So, we got this big box here, and, okay, it's not very big, but it is very heavy. This has some bootlegs in it. Obviously, if you clicked on this video, you should have expected that. But, yeah, very well taped up. Thank you to the seller. Yeah, I guess I'll open this. No, yep, I can already smell lots of amazing fumes and smells and everything coming out of here. Lots of great stuff. What the hell? What is that? We got a puppet. And we got a Freddy, and we got a Bonnie and a Chica. Okay, well. So as expected, these are very stinky. What the? What? It makes sounds? I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. Do you make sounds? Your battery pack is all messed up. Okay. What about you? No, you just flash lights really quickly. It looks a lot better on camera than does in person. Then we got the puppet here. You don't got... I'll do this one first, you know? Okay, so, Bonnie's still going. Hey, stop. Stop that. Stop that. Stop. There. Alright, so, puppet here. I got this one because it looks pretty good, like, cosmetically, and I was thinking, you know, maybe I'll check this out. It's ripped open at the bottom. Okay. Alright, so, we got our puppet figure here. Let's give it a whiff. Okay. Yup. It sure does smell just how I remembered these smelling. Not good. Mask comes off for no discernible reason. Is there a light on the back of the head? Okay, if there was a light on the back of the head, it does not work. You know, if this figure didn't smell terrible, it looks pretty good, I mean. Like, you could turn the wrists, has wrist articulation. That's pretty good. Yeah, wrist swivel. We got no leg articulation. You got a torso swivel. We got a head pivot. Puppet's a very easy character to get right, so I'm not very surprised at how this looks, but yeah, this is not that bad in terms of like sculpting and paint work and everything. They did a pretty good job. Then you got this base here with it, which says Five Nights at Freddy's, has this weird Freddy thing on it, and supposedly you're supposed to get like the legs pegged into here, but I don't know how that's gonna happen. Because the legs are very, very, like, stiff and spread out, so I guess I just need to, like, shove it in. That's not gonna work. I don't know how I'm supposed to get this into the base, because it doesn't fit. Like, you can see, that's way too far apart there. You could try to, like, pull it to fit, but, like, it's not gonna stay. Okay, well, this is a flop. I was kind of excited because of the base on this one, but I guess it just doesn't work. Okay. But hey, at least the figure looks way better than it smells. So I'll set you back there. Okay. Let's take a look at you next. We got a Drawkill Bonnie. Now, if you remember my Drawkill video, this is from that. So yeah, we've got Drawkill Bonnie here, or I guess Drawkill Toy Bonnie. Really weird choice to do Toy Bonnie rather than regular Bonnie. I get, maybe they did make a regular Bonnie, but it has the cheeks sculpted in, so I'm assuming this is the only one they made. Just very weird that they chose this more obscure iteration of Drawkill Bonnie instead. But I'll be honest, the body sculpt is pretty accurate. Like, this looks a lot like the actual, like, artwork. So, they did a good job on the body. The face here could use a little work, let's be honest. Got a little Sonic Hedgehog quills, a lot of circuitry and stuff. Got this weird spider thing. Then the actual endoskeleton looks, it looks like I sculpted it out of clay when I was like 10. So, yeah, not the best looking, but it's like passable, you know? I don't know what's going on with his face. Like, I don't know how to discern, like, the expression this is or anything. Like, it's very weird looking. I don't understand. But, you know, he's trying his best, I think. And you can turn on the light here. And you can see it's all glowy. Look at that. Look at that. Okay, so he glows with the light on his back. Puppet's light is missing straight up. So, yeah, I give this guy, he gets a big old gold star. Now, the next one we've got is another Glamrock, which this is usually the rough style that usually has the lead in it, that kind of like rough paint on it. This one, this style here usually doesn't, from my knowledge at least. I could test it again, but other figures in this vein I've tested did not have any lead, so I'm hopeful that this one is safe. But yeah, I bought the golden version because I thought it would be funny, but I'm kind of regretting it because there was like no paint on this thing. You can take off her mask, you can see like even the endoskeleton, no paint at all. That's a very funny looking endoskeleton though. But yeah, if you put her mask back on, you can see her mouth does move, and she can do the jump scare thing. What joke can I make here? I show speed. I don't know. Was that funny to you kids? Yeah, you can see here. It moves the legs around. They don't do very much though. The legs are very restricted in terms of articulation. No knee joints whatsoever. The foot swivel a little bit. And you can see here the wrists do swivel a bit. And she did come with a guitar here, and she does not hold it very well, but she can hold it, which I'll show. Alright, so, yeah, here we got her holding it. She doesn't hold it, but it's very strange. Like, this is a very weird way to hold a guitar. Am I wrong? Yeah, I don't know. It works, and she does hold it, but I don't know. It looks a little weird. I'd prefer it without the guitar. Her hands are sculpted, like, this one's a very, like, standard action figure hand position. Now, this one's, like, this weird, like, pointing gesture. I assume it's supposed to be like she's strumming the guitar, but her fingers can never actually reach the strings, so I don't really know. I think that's the intention, though. Yeah, this figure, pretty accurate. Her battery pack for her light is just falling off. It's in the bag here. I don't know if I even want to bother. Like, let's see. Let me just turn it on through the bag. Okay. Yep, exactly. Yep. Exactly what all the other ones are. Okay. Chica, 2 stars. Okay, I take that back. Her sculpt is pretty good. This is pretty accurate, the security breach. I like the mouth articulation. This is a decent sculpt for a bootleg. I did have the Freddy version of this. I'll pull that out right now. Alright, so we can compare here. These are obviously the same style of bootleg. I reviewed this Glamrock Freddy a little while ago, and, you know, I like him. This is a pretty decent bootleg. He did stink quite a bit when I first got him. Does he still? He does a little bit, but not nearly as much. This one did not have lead in it, so gonna assume that this one doesn't as well, because it's like the exact same thing. But yeah, this Freddy here was pretty good. He's got, like, you know, you can open up his chest cavity, which is pretty cool. He's got a lot of features and stuff. He's better than the Funko one, which I know a lot of people say about this, but, like, is that really that impressive to be better than the Funko Glamrock Freddy? to be better than that thing. I just don't think that that's a very, like, big compliment. That's not like a big, like, gotcha, like a lot of people seem to treat it. But, you know, I like this guy enough. He's fine. Chica here. If I got the regular version, I'm sure I would like it a bit more. But, you know, this is a funnier version. I prefer the funny version, you know? Just a little scary there. Also, a big point, Draw Kill Bonnie and Puppet cannot stand on their own. The Glamrock ones, perfectly fine. They can all stand. So, that's pretty cool. So now, we've got this guy. Now, this is an interesting one because this is a brand new version of a very classic style of the Mexican bootlegs. This is very classic, and by that I mean, this is like the original Freddy sculpt they made for like the very first FNAF figure they made, and it's just very interesting, you know, because I don't actually own this original sculpt, but I remember it being so elusive to me when I was younger, and this is seemingly a bigger version of it with more features. It's like a deluxe one, and I'd never seen a deluxe, like, Mexican bootleg before, so I just really was curious about this guy. And I can already tell, he's got ear articulation. Like, that's pretty wacky. He's got full elbow joints, which most of them don't. He has a swivel. His arms have full range, actually. Wow, this is way more posable than I thought. I'm gonna be honest. Like, he has a decent amount of range on his arms. He does that. Yep, there you go. Yeah, okay, so he jump scares sounds, this weird, like, bootleg jump scare sound, and he flashes his eyes of different colors, which is pretty cool. His mouth obviously still opens, like all of them do. But, yeah, we can see here in the bag, there's some other stuff here for him. We've got a little baggie here that has his microphone and his top hat, so let's get those out and give them to him. Okay, so, put this hat on. Okay, buddy, okay. This is so annoying. Stop! I'm trying to give you your hat. There. Okay, he's got his hat on. He's looking spiffy. Now we can put on his microphone, which goes in right here. And, yeah, okay, so he also has leg articulation. You can move his legs up and down. They're a bit more... Okay, this one is very gummy for some reason. It also looks kind of weird on the plastic there. This leg is perfectly fine, though. But yeah, he has a waist swivel. You can take his... Okay, what can you do with this guy? Can his mask come off? Oh geez, his entire endo head fell off. But hey, look at that. That's pretty cool looking. You can see his endo head right there. That's pretty cool. You can see the inside of his head, and oh my goodness, okay, so his ears are attached to the endo head, which I guess makes sense. He's completely silver. That's another reason I got this guy. I thought the color scheme was very interesting. That's just falling out. There's wires and stuff. Okay, you go back. It looks like it's fucking Iron Man's arc reactor or something. Look at that. Oh, geez, that's so bright. Oh my gosh. Put that back on. Okay. That was very, very bright. Okay. I don't know if you're supposed to disassemble his head because the little LEDs in his head started, like, moving out of place and stuff. I have a feeling you're supposed to keep this guy together most of the time. Yeah, his microphone doesn't like to stay in. But, you know, this is a pretty neat figure. He's got a decent amount of articulation. Honestly, his articulation's about on par with Funko figures because he can't move his head as much, but he does have the mouth articulation and stuff. He's about on par with most Funko figures in terms of articulation. In terms of sculpt, obviously, he looks like this, but, like, for being a bootleg and for being, like, this old Freddy sculpt, I think the fact that they're still using this is just amusing. It's very similar to Funko, you know? They love using their original Freddy sculpt, like, 10 years later. Yeah, feet are hollow. Does his torso come off? I can't tell. It looks like there's a seam there. And usually these things have, like, a little thing in the... I don't know. I'm gonna try to, like, pry this open and see. Okay, That's about what I expected, but I just wanted to make sure. It is just a bunch of wires taped in there. This guy looks like a fire hazard, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I don't trust this guy, but, you know, I'll let him be. I'll let him exist. Let's just do one more for the road.
for the thumbnail, honestly. I use this guy for the thumbnail. He's pretty cool. He's not that much bigger than a standard one. He's a pretty standard. He's more in, if I grab one down here, he's more in about this style, where it has like these ones didn't have lead. This guy probably doesn't, although I wouldn't put it past him because he is very, like, metallic. I don't know. Maybe he was painted. I don't think he was painted, though. I think it's just the color of the plastic he's made of. This guy here, this guy was squeaky clean, so, yeah. He's, oh, geez, his light's still in there. Okay. But yeah, this guy is interesting. We can evaluate the 3 styles, you know? Oh, geez, his thing fell out again. Oh, my gosh. It's like the opening of Iron Man 1. I feel like you know what, you know in the movie when, like, Tony is just, like, laying on, like, the table, and then Pepper has to walk up to him, and then he's just like, hey, could you, like, switch out my arc reactor that's gonna kill me if you mess up? That's what this feels like, okay? I feel like I'm gonna kill this guy. But yeah, you got this guy here. This is the style that one is of, you know, this, like, rough style with, like, the flat colors. Then we got the flat colors, but they're much smoother and much more on model. And then you got these freaks, which are just, like, the most unhinged things ever. Although this one's pretty tame, unlike the original. This guy, you guys may be wondering, why do I still have this guy? He tested fully positive for lead. He's probably, you know, harmful, but, you know, I keep him in a containment facility most of the time, you know? He doesn't get out much, so, you know, I'll let him breathe a little bit, you know, I'll let him get some of the air. I hate this thing, okay? I have this thing for, like, whenever I need to pull it out for a video, but he is not pleasant. So, am I happy with our new family of Mexican bootlegs that I've welcomed into the channel? Well, they sure are. I mean, they do happen. I like this guy the most. This guy's my favorite. This is second place. This guy's probably last. This guy's third. You know, these are charming, as always. And I'm realizing right now, I still have no clue what this is. It clearly goes to Freddy here, but I don't know where on Freddy it would go. Also, Freddy's just, like, holding the puppet for dear life. And if you want to see, well, you will receive, because here we go. This is the closet where all of them live. I think they're pretty happy here. You know, they all get to live as a family in this closet. Bootleg companies are constantly innovating. How far can they push the legal system? How much money can they sell an unlicensed figure for? Cheap bootlegs have not gone anywhere, but I have noticed an increase in bootleg companies that make slightly higher quality things. And by slightly, I mean, like, the spectrum is like this to this. FNAF is always an interesting case because rather than the bootlegs being made for the purpose of selling a cheaper version of a product that already exists but's very expensive, a lot of the time with FNAF it's because the official products just don't exist to begin with. And you know, I feel like most FNAF fans by now know about their X-Smart, or if you're a real one, you know about your VNK-VTL. I made a video about them. But recently, I was introduced to a bootleg company that makes stuff that I've never really seen before, and that is Titan 13 Toys. They are a company that mass produces 3D printed action figures, which, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't even know that was, like, obviously it makes sense, but I just never thought about, like, doing mass production with 3D printers. But this company has gained some notoriety in the FNAF community lately for creating figures that FNAF fans have been begging for a really long time. Most famously, their Springtrap, which has a very nice accessory spread and a very premium, well-engineered articulation scheme. The only catch being that these are unofficial, 1, and 2, they're made of 3D printed material. They're made of PLA, which, especially with small-sized things like this, can be very, very fragile. And these figures are indeed extremely fragile. And they're also just done with multicolored 3D prints. They don't have any paint jobs. So they're definitely not all the way there, but I think engineering-wise, these are a good proof of concept. Their Springtrap is definitely their best looking one. I think all their other ones kind of look weird, but this Springtrap is pretty cool. He comes with 4 sets of swappable hands, his axe and knife from Dead by Daylight, 2 swappable heads, one with droopy eyelids and one with wide open eyes, and both of the head sculpts can open up to reveal William Afton's face, which is extremely cool. And don't get me wrong, the design of this figure is impressive. And I'd love to see something like this made officially made of, like, not PLA. Stay tuned for the end of the video, because I'm going to review this Springtrap figure, but, like,
Man, this would be so great if it didn't feel like it was gonna break in half every 3 seconds. That's for later. So their Springtrap figure is very cool. I'll talk about it more in depth later, but let's look at their other offerings. They also made a Spring Bonnie figure, which honestly is really cool just for the fact that he comes with the golden cupcake, which is such a niche accessory, and I really, really like that. But he is lacking in terms of accessories compared to Springtrap. I mean, he doesn't have a swappable head, he has this weird guitar that he's never had before. I don't know what this guitar is from. And he only has 3 sets of swappable hands as opposed to 4. I also think the lack of paint on this one is slightly more noticeable. Something about his face just doesn't look right. I think he needs some outlining or something. I had to critique this figure's accessories the most. I think he should definitely have a knife. I don't know why he doesn't. Especially when it looks like one of his hands has a thing to grip the knife. I don't know why he doesn't have one. But like, come on. Golden Cupcake? When have you ever seen Golden Cupcake in anything, okay? He's only been in, like, a poster in FNAF 3, and there's a render of him for a cooking recipe in the Freddy files. This is an insanely niche reference. I know people, like, interpret Spring Bonnie and, like, fan stuff of having the Golden Cupcake a lot, but, like, I've never seen it, like, physically, like, done in real life. That's crazy. They also made the FNAF 1 gang, including Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy. And while these ones are accurate and seem to articulate very well, they're also just kind of weird looking to me. Freddy and Bonnie have very good head sculpts, but for whatever reason, Chica looks really strange. Like, I'm not going crazy here, right? Like, something is just, like, wrong about her face, but I can't, like, pinpoint what it is exactly. I think her eyes are too close together. Her head is just, like, not big enough. I don't know. She does have the cupcake, though. This was on Springtrap and Spring Bonnie as well, but all these figures have these weird cuts in their thighs, and it's to give them more range, but it does look very odd. Foxy is doing the most badass pose I've ever seen in his stock image, but he does reuse a Springtrap hand, and I think that's kind of funny. Like, he has an extra finger. Also, the inside of his torso is just kind of rough. And in terms of accessories, they all have pretty decent accessory spreads. Nothing really to complain about there. But yeah, Titan 13 is a weird little company that does something that I didn't even know was possible. And like I said, I don't think the quality of their figures is too great. I mean, like, being made a PLA, you can only go so far. But again, they are pretty good proof of concepts, I think. And they are a little pricey, costing around $30 to $40 on average. But I guess that's kind of expected since I know multicolored 3D prints are very expensive. I also found what appears to be a bootleg of the T13 Springtrap, and he looks, it doesn't look as good, that's for sure. William Afton's head looks so funny on this guy, and it says to be made by a company called 9L3D, and he's clearly still 3D printed, but it's always kind of funny when this, like, bootleg inbreeding happens. Like, one company will make a plush of a Devil Freddy, and then another company will do it, and then it just keeps going down the pipeline until it looks like this. You know, T13, that's a weird company. Let's move on to some of the normal bootleg stuff, which has resorted to using a lot of AI. It's not surprising to anyone, but it is upsetting. Do they really think, like, putting these terrible looking figures on this terrible AI backdrop of an abandoned pizzeria is gonna make them look better? Like, I mean, I guess the background is fitting for them, but, like, I don't know. It doesn't really convince me to want to buy them. Really glad that no matter the quality of the actual figure, a lot of FNAF bootlegs still feel the need to put the button on the back for the light. Like, the light is so far gone at this point, okay? Why do you even try to put the light there, okay? This stupid light has been on these FNAF bootlegs for, like, so long now, and they're still here, even though they look like this at this point. This is what I mean about, like, bootleg inbreeding, okay? Like, it always happens, okay? Like, these bootlegs that you're looking at right now, they used to look like this. Secret of the Mimic release, so obviously bootleg companies are going to take advantage of that, so they made this set of plushies. Now, if you remember, when FNAF Ruin came out, they released this set of plushies of 2 of the mascots from the ending of the game. For some reason excluding the lion, but, you know. These plushies were kind of funny because they do actually look like they were sitting in someone's attic for like 10 years. 10 is low, this is like 30 years in the attic. But they decided to go in a more cute direction here. So we got the elephant in the new set, and, you know, he's freshened up a bit, you know, he looks a bit more like the one in Secret of the Mimic. We got this bootleg of Jackie, and Jackie here, this feels like it was based on fan art or something, because the way the face looks feels too, like, specific to me, I guess. This is clearly based on Jackie after she's been possessed by the Mimic, so it does have these scary eyes, but they're the wrong color. And you can see the wires at the bottom of the torso, which I guess is a cool detail, but yeah, and don't know. I'm not the biggest Jackie fan, so let me know what all the true Jackie fans think of this thing. Here we got this plush of Dolly, and this one is really funny because it has like the printed on body and everything, but also it tries to stick 100% to Dolly's in-game proportions. And I honestly really like when bootlegs in particular try to do that because it always leads to their bodies just looking so strange. Her face is on point though. I mean, that is Dolly. I don't know what's going on with her hair though. Here we got Big Top, where I think every single detail on him is printed, and he's got, you got the ticket sign, he's got the try your luck, he's got his big hand. He's, it is Big Top. It does look like him. The way they printed his face looks like those Skibidi toilet bootlegs. And we got my favorites in the set, which I'll be reviewing on their own later in the video, because I did actually buy these because I was so curious if they actually looked like this in person. But here we got Mr. Helpful, and while his body is printed, I genuinely do think this is a pretty well-designed plush. To be fair, it's a very simple character, but yeah, I like the way this guy looks. Same goes for his wife, Mrs. Helpful. She looks pretty good, although I do think the printing on her body looks pretty significantly worse. Also, something's up with her lipstick. It doesn't look right. Now, something I've never really looked into were bootleg blankets, but it makes sense, okay? Like, you can rip an image off Google and print it onto a blanket. That is so easy to do. Obviously, bootleggers do that a lot. So we got this Freddy Fazbear blanket with only fan renders, no official. We got this one of FNAF AR Freddy. Yup. We got this other one with Freddy, and it's so weird. This looks like like, it's clearly real renders and real pictures. Like, that's the Funko Freddy plush, that's the trash can, that's the pillow pet, that's the Withered Freddy render. Like, all of this looks right, but they put this, like, ugly filter over it, and I don't even know what's happened. They, like, tried to smooth it for some reason, and it looks like this now. I found this horrible AI one. There's like a million of these, so there's nothing really particularly interesting to say about it. I just felt like mentioning, like, yeah, there's a lot of these now. Is that the thing from the Markiplier thumbnail? What is that? We got this one here, which is this classic FNAF meme, but they added the smoothing filter to it, so it's ruined. I found this listing with this, like, horrible, like, AI image as the cover. And this was just the cover of the listing, so I had no idea what it was going to be when I clicked on it, and, like, who is that? Okay, so there's this weird, like, Foxy Chica hybrid thing. You got a weird Freddy in the middle. Then who's that guy? Like, this is scary, okay? I don't like when AI just, like, doesn't know what it's making, so it puts out this. That is, like, the scariest part to me. But the listing itself was just a wholesale listing for a bunch of really crappy bootlegs. But they do have a bulk wholesale listing for Dreadbear plushies, and if you know anything about me, I like Dreadbear a little bit. But I only have official Dreadbear, so if this video gets 1 million likes, I'll buy this. We got these bootlegs of the Funko Snaps, and Funko Snaps figures are honestly really commonly bootlegged, like, surprisingly. I wouldn't expect them to be, but they are, and nothing would be too remarkable about this normally, but they tried to make the bootleg of Phantom Foxy and ended up making him look more like Radioactive Foxy, but then on top of that, if they gave him Monty's faceplate, and that's just wrong. I found some shirts with some interesting captions. So this one says Frederick Fazbear, that's a good meme. This one I can't read. We got this shirt that has Springtrap on it, and it says, what is that thing? That's what Gregory says about Springtrap. It's got the Kids Cove logo, and this one is extremely funny to even exist because this image, the bootleggers didn't come up with this. I can't find the original post. I believe it was on Twitter, which was now deleted, but the Oof Troop had made this image of a Springtrap t-shirt at Hot Topic, which was obviously fake, but it was meant to make fun of how, like, random a lot of the official FNAF shirts are. But I guess that post got popular enough for bootleg companies to take the design and actually make it, which is so ironic. We got this one here. This genre of product seems pretty popular. We got this one right here. These are just so funny to me because I know for a fact the person who made this listing in, like, China has no idea what this is. We got this bootleg of the Sanchi Chica mask, and it's just, like, really sad looking, and I don't really have anything interesting to say about it. I just felt like mentioning it because I felt bad for it. And now, moving on to some really good Mexican bootleg stuff. Whatever comes from Mexico is usually the most, like, funny bootlegs that there are, so I'm excited to see what they've been working on. So what is that packaging? What is that? We got Super Mario, Doc McStuffins, the Paw Patrol, Power Rangers, Dragon Ball, Teen Titans Go. I don't know who that is. And something about these figures just, like, looks off. I don't know how to describe it. You know when you, like, think something is AI but you can't prove it? I feel like these figures were sculpted off of AI images. They just have that, like, stank to them. But there's nothing really interesting about the figures. I mainly included this because that header, that, like, top part of the packaging is insane. Like, what? They just put everything on there, and FNAF isn't even included. Here we got the most recent Chica Mexican bootleg to my knowledge, and she has a really good head sculpt, honestly. The texture is kind of weird. She kind of looks like she's made of grass. But, like, the head sculpt here is very, very good. The arms and like, everything else about the figure kind of just looks like every other one, but, like, that head sculpt is shocking. Here we got some withered figures with a header that has, like, Supreme logo and, like, graffiti I don't, what is up? They just really just put anything on the top of these packages, I noticed. These withered figures, though, I will say, this smaller size of Mexican bootleg usually look like complete garbage, like they don't even bother painting them well. These ones are surprisingly detailed for how small they are. Here we have what I can only assume is a set of figures based on the FNAF 2 movie, and Freddy and Bonnie have, like, big wires hanging out of their mouth for some reason. I don't know what that's about. Freddy's bow tie is red. Also, Freddy has, like, a endo hand and foot for some reason. Chica just looks interesting. This Foxy looks a little bit badass, I'll be honest. Can be honest here, he looks kind of cool. And then very specific to the FNAF 2 movie, we had the Abby Annette, which is, you know, it's when the puppet possesses Abby near the end of the movie. So that's kind of neat to get a figure of here. It's not entirely accurate, I don't think. Like, I think the sweater isn't right. She comes with 3 swappable face plates, and, you know, it's kind of cool that this exists. I think if you licked these, you would die immediately. Chica mask. Chica mask. Golden Freddy mask that comes with a figure. I think I mentioned this in previous videos. This feels like something I would have mentioned before, but I'm just going to mention it again because the mixed match of images on here being so old and the fact it says 5 heights at Freddy's, it's just like, this is a classic, okay? We just gotta mention it. But anyway, they've been making bootlegs of the Jazzwares FNAF figures, unsurprisingly. The toy line is very new, it's in demand, they're getting scalped left and right. Obviously, bootleggers are going to start taking advantage. We're probably going to see even more coming in the future, but it seems like the Mexican bootleg companies have made it to the Jazzwares figures first. And we have this set right here, which is very clearly modeled directly off of the Jazzwares figures, and they did actually give Chica her cupcake, although it is unpainted. But yeah, if you can't tell, these are just hunks of plastic. They don't actually have any articulation like the originals do. And, you know, obviously, the paint jobs look great. They also made some glow-in-the-dark versions of these, and oh my goodness, they really do glow in the dark, huh? And, you know, I'll be honest, when they're not painted, it hides the fact that they look so bad a lot better. I mean, the sculpts themselves are pretty much, like, extremely close to the official figures. It's just the fact that, you know, Mangle looks like this. Taking a detour from the Jazzwares stuff, we have these things right here, and I love the boxes that these come in. The big window that reveals that award-winning smile. Bonnie is pink. The just random mix matches of random Google image results. What is that withered Freddy render there? What is that? I love these. I'd buy this. If I saw this on eBay, or like if I saw this in a store, which I wouldn't because I don't live in Mexico, but you know, I want this. These are awesome. Just for how funny this is, I'd like it in my house. I don't know what's up with this Freddy. I don't know why he's in the folder. He just is. He just looks like a poop. Like, can we be honest? Like, I know it's, like, immature, but, like, he just looks like a poop. I don't know how else to put it. We got these bootleg Just Toys keychains, and they're all colored wrong, and I just wanted to mention them because of that. Back to Jazzwares. You know the Endo series figures? The ones where they're the endoskeleton, and you can get the pieces and put it around the endoskeleton? Bootleggers have indeed gotten to those. Starting off with this Foxy one, now it may not be immediately obvious that he's specifically based on the Jazzwares Foxy, but you can tell in the face definitely that he is. And also with the fact that every single piece of him is removable in 2 parts, just like the Jazzwares figures. You can see the seam line. And I'll give it this, while the endoskeleton is not accurate to anything, he's got wit and charm. We also got these ones right here, which took some creative liberties with the designs, and yes, they do follow the Endo series gimmick. I feel like the Mexican bootlegs kind of like pioneered that in a way because they've always had that thing where you can rip off their face and their torso, but the Endo series figures go a step way beyond that, and these are clearly trying to copy that. I don't think Mexican bootlegs have ever made figures before that you can take off the entire suit. That seems to have just popped up because of the Endo series line. So yeah, I think that was enough talking about the stuff, so let's move on to the review segment.
Slinky and Turtle have a very important message for you guys, that there is going to be brand new merchandise.
It's been a while since I've actually played the merch review intro, but I saw people mention that was missing, so I played it again. Hey guys, so here we've got the first bootlegs I wanted to talk about in this video. There were these two. Now, I showed the full set of these Secret of the Mimic bootlegs earlier, but these two in particular looked particularly good to me in the images, so I got them, and I got these quite a while ago, and, you know, they are really, really good. Like, in terms of quality, these could be official products, and I literally, like, I wouldn't even second guess it. I guess starting with Mr. Helpful, there's some cheapness to it, but he's very well stuffed. The materials are definitely not the best, but they're also not the worst thing in the world. He's got nice embroidery on his face. He has a lot of printing, like, the body here is pretty much entirely printed, but it's like, it doesn't feel like bad printing. Like, you see, like, I rub my finger. You know what printing is bad when you can, like, rub your finger along it and it starts breaking up? This doesn't really do that, so, I don't know. The printing feels nice. You know, he's well stuffed. I think he, like, captures how the character looked in the game pretty well. Like, this looks like Mr. Helpful. I don't know, like, I bought this expecting it to look absolutely nothing like the product image. I thought it'd be funny, but no, he looks exactly like the product image, and honestly, he looks really good. Same goes for Mrs. Helpful. Sorry, this is Mr. Helpful. This is Mrs. Helpful. Now, Mrs. Helpful, obviously, I think she looks just as good. It's basically the same plush, so yeah. And they make a really nice pair together. I really, really like these. But yeah, her outfit definitely looks a bit worse. I think his outfit's a bit more simple, so it gets away with the printing better. This one, yeah, that doesn't look too great, especially because it starts breaking up there. You can see the white bleeding through. Her outfit does not look as good, but I do like how the face looks still. It looks about just as good as his did. She's got this, like, printing on, like, the collar on her neck. Or I guess it's her necklace. I guess it's supposed to be her necklace printed on. Because she wouldn't wear a spike collar. I don't think that fits this character design. I'm sure I'll double check in the actual video, but yeah, I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be just her necklace and not a spike collar, because I'm pretty sure Mrs. Helpful did not wear that. But yeah, these are really, really cool to have. They're just a nice little pair. I think official versions of these would be awesome. But you know, these aren't bad. These are all right. You know, in terms of bootlegs, I mean, you could do a lot worse than these. Like I said, like, these could release as official products, and I would not second guess it at all. Now, if you guys don't know the FNAF lore, this is Fiona, and this is Edwin, and this guy is involved. So, go play FNAF Secret of the Mimic to learn more. So now I quickly talked about those plushies that I've had for a while and I've kind of wanted to talk about. Now it's time to talk about the real star of the show. Probably the reason I decided to make this video. Now, I want to mention, I ordered this on AliExpress. AliExpress is usually very slow. So, I ordered him, and it said the estimated delivery date was February 28th. I'm currently recording this on January 28th. So this arrived like an entire month before it was expected to. Which I'm not complaining, I'm just confused. But I talked about this earlier in the video. This is the T13 Springtrap figure. Now, depending on how this goes, I may or may not buy more of these, just because they're very interesting to me. But we'll see how Springtrap goes. This is the one that I would want the most, and I found him on AliExpress. He was about 40 bucks total with shipping and everything, which I didn't think was the worst thing in the world, honestly, for this kind of thing. Definitely on the higher end, especially when it comes to bootlegs, but, you know, I was too curious, and he was advertised to come in like a T13 like box, but he just comes in this like plastic clamshell case with like a little bag inside. So I don't know. I guess we'll just snap this open and see what's up. So, all right, let's see. He is in a bag. You just get this little plastic case, I guess, to keep all of his stuff in. So yeah, here's our bag, and I guess let's get Springtrap out of here. Alright, so opening up the baggie here, let's see what we got. So he's got a bunch of little pieces. He's got a silica gel packet. Gonna eat that later. Don't eat silica gel packets. Fun fact, you should not eat those. Alright, so, first impressions of his in-hand feel, he definitely feels a little flimsy, so I'm gonna be careful with him, but I do like how his joints move. They feel very sturdy. So I guess we'll get this guy together. He came with some parts detached. I assume they just fell off in the packaging. Alright, so he needs some feet. Let's get these on. Actually, I do this off camera. No, I've got a paper towel here just because my table's red. It might be a little hard to see some of the stuff here, but he comes with a decent array of accessories, actually. You don't really see, I've never really reviewed a figure on the channel that comes with stuff like this, honestly, but like, you know, he's got 2 pairs of splayed out hands, which look, why is my camera doing that? Okay, anyway, like I was saying, he comes with 2 relaxed hands, which look all right. He comes with 2, like, straight out hands, I guess you would call these. He comes with 2 gripping hands and 2 fisted hands. And something I find interesting is that, actually, no, I guess I was wrong. Anyway, we got a fire axe here, which is in his knife. These are both a reference to his Dead by Daylight moveset. So definitely a recent Springtrap figure. You can tell because of that. But the figure itself is very based on his game design and definitely isn't based on Dead by Daylight. But it's cool they included these accessories specifically based on Dead by Daylight. That's cool. It is interesting here because you can see these are like multicolored 3D prints. There's no painting going on here. These are just like multicolored 3D prints, which I've actually never handled with before. So this is actually really cool to me. Just because this whole company, like you see like one side of the axe is flat. That's because it's 3D printed. Like, I don't know. This is cool. And he also comes with an extra head with his eyes more closed. One that comes installed on the figure is very like wide open. I actually like this one more, but we'll switch that out later. I'd like to review him how he comes in the package. He doesn't have any hands on right now, but yeah. Nice array of accessories here. And I don't know. This is just very interesting to me because it's like, I don't know. What kind of bootlegging operation is this? Because they're shipping from China, but they're 3D printed. So I guess they just have a big factory full of 3D printers. So I don't know. That's interesting to me. Because you don't usually see stuff released at this wide of a scale that is 3D printed. But it's probably better anyway, because this is just made out of PLA. There's no harmful plastics in PLA. It's like, that PLA is fine. So yeah, these are definitely safer than 99% of bootlegs out there. So that is very good. All right, so just to get the figure in a default stance, I guess I'll put on his relaxed hands, since those are usually the hands I'll go with an action figure. I like the natural open hand look on most of my figures, so I'll go with that. So yeah, let's talk about this guy's articulation. Now, he is extremely well articulated. Like, I think the engineering on this figure is genuinely, like, pretty good. So let's just talk about that. So his ears are fully articulated. You get a lot of range out of his ears right here, which articulated ears, I already didn't expect that. I didn't even know he had that, but yeah, you can move his broken ear too. His mouth is articulated like that, and then even further, you can lift his entire mask off and it'll reveal those little strings of plastic. That is not hair, that is little strings of plastic, but, yeah. You could see the William Afton head in there, and that looks surprisingly good. Like, yeah, you can see the 3D printer lines on it, but, like, that looks pretty good to me. Like, I don't know. I don't see any issues with that. Like, this is good. Like, the fact you can open up his mask is really, really cool. And let's just talk about his articulation. I'm going to be delicate with him because I know he is quite a delicate figure, but he's got some nice torso range here. Definitely enough for a character like Springtrap. I love how the guts were done, like the colored 3D print definitely favors Springtrap just because he's kind of like, he's already kind of messy looking, so I don't think the lines or anything really messes with him that much, but he's got a joint at the bottom of his neck and a ball joint at the top of his head, just so you can get the full range out of his head. You can look down about that far. You can look up. Geez, he can look up really far. Okay. Yeah, this is way more well articulated than I thought he'd be. Let's see. His elbows have this kind of weird double jointed thing going on, but you can get a lot of range out of them. So I guess the system works, but he can do that. But if you want to straighten out his arm, that's not hard to do. Same thing with his other elbow. His shoulders have a decent bit of range. Oh, yeah, he's got, like, a little butterfly joint situation going on there. That's cool. Yeah, his hands, get enough range out of his hands. Nothing too crazy there. But, yeah, I don't know. This is just really cool. He's got, like, a thigh swivel. You don't see that every day. His legs can kick up a decent bit. I would be careful with that, though. It did not sound great there. Yeah, I don't like the sound of that. It feels like it might snap, so I'm just not going to mess with his leg too much. You can rotate his knees, though. He has double-jointed knees. which is very cool. If I can... Alright, well, the joint popped out. Like I was saying, double jointed knees that can go about that far. Joints may pop out, but as long as they don't snap, it's not that big of an issue. He has a little bit of foot articulation, not too much, but like, yeah, this is definitely more than enough. More than any official figure, and more than you'd ever need for Springtrap. Like, this is really, really well articulated. I'm actually very impressed by this. You can definitely tell he's 3D printed. He's not hiding that at all, but he's very well done. Like, this is very cool. Just like the mask flipping up, that is so neat. Look at that. Like, also, both of the head sculpts have the William Afton head inside. They really did not need, like, you could have just not only done one of them, but no, they both have that, which is crazy to me. But I don't know, this is sick. And let's see, can he stand up on his own? Let's get him back into like a default kind of stance. Can he stand up on his own? Oh, let's try up. Oh, he can. Okay, there you go. He can stand up on his own. Okay, very good to know. So I will say his proportions are a little bit wonky, but honestly, I don't really think it's much to complain about. I mean, he looks fine. He's Springtrap. He can look a little weird. Yeah, I like this guy. He looks pretty great. Like, he looks pretty great, and he articulates extremely well. It's just like, this is all you could ever want out of a Springtrap figure in terms of articulation. I feel like if you gave this guy like a custom paint job, it would be pretty freaking great. So I'm going to test out one of the other head sculpts. So his head sculpt popped off pretty easily there. So that's nice. Let's get this other head on here, which I actually like quite a bit more. And yeah, that's the look I usually like for Springtrap. I feel like Springtrap should look a little like he should have his droopy eyelids. You may notice his arm just fell off there, but no big deal. It goes right back in. Yeah, so yeah, he will fall apart a bit, but as long as he doesn't break, again, I don't think that's that big of an issue. Okay, yeah, I'm liking him even more now that he has this head sculpt on. This just looks really great. I'm gonna try a couple poses with him and see how it goes. Here's Springtrap doing a little running pose, or a little walking pose. I am having trouble with certain poses just because I'm really nervous about this thigh joint. I think the other thigh is I don't know, both the thigh joints, they feel very, like, they feel like they're gonna snap, so I don't want to use those too much, honestly, because I really don't want to break this guy. But yeah, I guess I could try some other stuff, like, he can strike the iconic Springtrap scoliosis stance from the FNAF 3 Extras menu. I do really like the amount of neck range this figure has. I feel like that's something that's actually important for Springtrap, so I like the way that, like, you can tilt his head to one side if you need to. He can hunch forward quite a bit. You go back quite a bit. I don't know why you need to do this, but, you know, he has like all the neck range that you would need to get him into all of like the Springtrap poses. So that's really cool. Like, if I'm looking up at a camera, for example, like, you could do that. He could lift his head that much. Like, that's awesome. I really, really like that. And then the mask also. It's like, let's try to get him pulling his mask open. That'd be a cool pose. Yeah, look at that. That's impressive. Like, that's genuinely really impressive that he can get that much range out of his arms in order to do this. Like, I'm happy about that. That's really cool. That's actually, like, I was expecting this thing to be a little worse than I expected, but no, it's basically exactly how I expected. Like, that's cool. I'm glad he can do that pose. That's sick. Could switch out his hands again. Let's take this off very delicately. His one arm really loves to pop off, so I'm just gonna... And I don't think it's that big of a deal, but, like, it does, like, it does like to pop off. So let's get those hands off. Now let's get this hand on, his grippy hands, because I want to put his axe and his knife in his hands. So let's try out, which other hand do I need? Where's his other hand? Wow. That is pretty freaking awesome. Look at that. Like, okay, he holds his accessories really well. The knife is a little strange looking, honestly. I didn't realize how weird it looks from the side. But, you know, I get that for stability and stuff. It kind of needs to be thicker, but I don't know. His knife does look a little goofy. I love how this axe looks, though. Even though the axe is flat on one side, you can't really tell in most, like, poses, and I don't know. It looks cool. Like, Springtrap with a giant fire axe, it was kind of just like a fan-made thing until Dead by Daylight was like, you know what, sure, yeah, let's give Springtrap a big fire axe to throw at people. So, yeah. This is pretty cool. Like, you could pose him like he's winding up and he's about to throw it. You could get him to slash his knife at people. I don't know. This is just, like, there's so much posing potential with this figure.
Like, look at that. He's licking his knife or something, like in the flesh, you know, the Springtrap Mpreg book. He licks his knife a lot in that. That's a fun detail. Alright, so, like, genuine opinion on the T13 Springtrap figure, this is pretty awesome. Like, this is just a good proof of concept, I think. If this wasn't a 3D printed figure, I think it'd be great. Like, seriously, like, official merch companies, like Jazzwares, take notes, okay? Make something like this. This is exactly what people want from, like, a FNAF action figure. It's good articulation, good accessories, like, obviously, make it more detailed, make it, look not like a 3D printed thing, but, like, this is, like, about as good as it gets as far as a bootleg goes, so, yeah, I don't know, I recommend this guy. He's pretty cool. I wouldn't overpay for him, honestly. I think 40 bucks is a bit much for how cheap he feels. Like, the hand feel of this figure is not very good, I'll be honest. Like, he feels cheap, he feels like he's gonna snap apart, he feels delicate. That just comes with the fact that he's made of PLA, but still. Definitely, if you can get a deal on this guy, or you can get him for slightly cheaper, or you can get him for at least, like, the price he's supposed to go. I think he's supposed to be, like, 30 bucks from the actual company, so, yeah, I don't know. I recommend him. Like, 30 bucks is, like, the max I think you should pay for this thing. He's not the best thing in the world in terms of quality, but in terms of concept, the concept is there. This is a well-articulated, decently engineered Springtrap action figure with a big fire axe and a big knife, and you can open up his mask. And that is, for being that, for this existing, I think that's pretty cool. I forgot to do any size comparison, so here's him next to a Funko Springtrap. As you can see, he is quite a bit taller. And here's him next to the Endo series figures, which he is still far too tall to be next to. Because Springtrap should actually be shorter than any of these animatronics. But, you know, I don't think he's supposed to scale with FNAF figures. I think he's supposed to scale with 1/12 figures. He looks much more natural next to this Iron Man I have, for example. If anyone's curious how his guts looked inside of there, that is gnarly looking. It looks like it's, like, growing out of the endoskeleton and, like, snapping to, like, the outside of the suit. It looks kind of freaky in there. I'll be honest, I feel like his head under the mask is a little small compared to how it looks in the game. But at the same time, it's like, actually, I don't know. It looks about right. I don't know. Something about it. I mean, I think Springtrap is always going to look a little goofy when he's got his face open like this. Like, Springtrap always just looks cooler with his mask closed, but I don't know. This is a really cool figure. Just the way it all comes together, the way he poses, it's just, he looks really nice. This is a nice little thing, and I like him. So yeah, it's my opinion.